مرحبا بكم معنا مرة أخرى في هذا اليوم الرابع من أول الدورة من البطولة الإفريقية للرياضات الإلكترونية هنا في الدار البيضاء في مركب على الكوفير ديال مركب محمد الخامس. فرحانين باش نكون معكم اليوم في نهار واحد آخر فين غادي نتفرجوا في ماتشات واحد آخرين في لعب واحد آخرين. حضرنا البارح الفوز التاريخي ديال المنتخب الوطني المغربي في اللعبة ديال Mlbb موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج اي بي الفوز ديال الفريق المصري. دونك لا غروند فينال غادي تلعب غدا ان شاء الله هنايا في القاعه المغطاه ديال مركب محمد الخامس. وما تنساوش ان كما تنهضروا على الفينال تنهضروا على الماتش ديال التروزيام بلاصه ولا لا بوتيت فينال اللي غادي نحضروا ليها حنا وياكم دابا، فين غادي يلعبوا جوج الفرق اللي ما حالفهمش الحظ في الماتشات اللي فاتوا، ولكن اللي غادي يلعبوا دابا على هاد لا تروزيام بلاص هادي. بيان سور غادي يكون واحد لو ماتش اللي هو تري كومبيتيتيف، غادي نعرفوا شكون الفريق اللي غيكون هو الثالث. اي ديجا لا كومبيتيسيون راه باديه بيسكو كيما كتشوفوا راهم مورايا لي كابيتان ديكيب ولا تيم ليدرز ديال هاد لي دو زيكيب ناسيونال لا تونيزي اي مدغاسكار. غادي نبداو بالا دوات مع لا تونيزي. كي داير المايند سيت ديال ليكيب في هاد الوقيته هادي؟
حضرنا طرح بالكدي لعبه خاص باش نربحوهم، حاجه فاسيل ايزي جيم ان شاء الله.
وديجا he's playing mind games حيت قال easy games. and just before we started قلتي واحد القضيه، مشيتي عنده قلتي ليه do you think you can win one game?
I'm sure it's gonna be 2-0 easy bro.
اوكي كاين واحد ديكتون في المغرب تيقول العود اللي تحقرو يميك. attention let's go to the other side with the Madagascar team captain or a leader. Focus Max, what's the team's mindset?
We are so focused on the game, and most importantly, we're gonna have fun, and we think we will win.
You think you will win?
Yeah, we think we will win.
Okay, so I like it. I like that competitivity. So, guys, get ready for this third place game between Tunisia, between Madagascar. We're gonna watch that game and see who's gonna finish third. Tunisia with their confidence, Madagascar with their motivation. Let's see that, guys. Casters, you are live.
Thank you so much. And here we are, day number 4 at the African Esports Championship, the AEC. And you heard it there. Heated words exchanged between the captains. Once again, I'm Nice on desk here with Mirko, bringing you the action for this. And this is, yeah, like he mentioned, the host mentioned there, this is the third place match. So, unfortunately, the road to Riyadh for these two teams are closed off, but they're still battling for the third place, which does come with some financial incentives as well. They get part of that prize pool, of course, for here. But interesting. I mean, what do you think? Tunisia, you casted the game as well yesterday, I believe it was. Madagascar, I casted them.
Yeah.
What do you think? Is it going to be? I know I got lost in translation a little bit. I heard easy game.
I heard easy game too. Right? I mean, based on the confidence of Tunisia, I feel like maybe they can get it. Maybe 2-0, easy game. Maybe I'm not sure, because technically for me, I have been quite unfortunate when it comes down to actually not being able to cast some of the Madagascar games.
That's right.
And even in the online qualifiers, I think we were very impressed by Tunisia's performance in the African online regional qualifiers. They were stomping through their opponents, and it almost seemed like they had no competition up until they made it here to the offline stage. Meanwhile, for Madagascar, it definitely looked like for Madagascar, even in the online regional qualifiers, they had to battle through some of their inner demons as well, kind of climb back up, and we see them both head up against one another in the third place match. Tunisia versus Madagascar, as Morocco and Egypt continue to the grand finals.
Yeah, and we'll see that unfold tomorrow. I believe that's going to be our last and final game to close out the AEC tomorrow between Morocco and Egypt. And, with both of them already going to Riyadh, I just feel like, you're battling for that first place finish. You want that bigger piece of the cake, of course, too. But for the third place matchup here, I think even for Madagascar, man, the way you kind of have to look at their journey from online qualifier up to, throughout the group stages, and then where they are here, is the amount of experience I think that they've been able to get up to that point. It's been a long journey for them, but as we take a look at the lineup here from these guys from Madagascar, it's Spectre, CC, Smurf, Destiny, and Birdie. And, you heard it from Birdie. He's the team captain there. He thinks that they can win, and like I mentioned yesterday here on the broadcast with Eterna, I had a chance to talk to these players, like
Yeah.
sitting down with them and kind of getting where their mindset was coming into the AEC. And they're relatively, of course, like a new team put together. They've been playing together for a while, though. And the way you can look at it, once again, is just what kind of experience have they gotten here from the AEC, and how can they end things on a high note against a team like Tunisia?
Definitely the favorites coming into this matchup. Tunisia, let's welcome them. King Jen, Zertek, Kaizo, Pao, and Chaibi. We spoke of their performances already in the African Online regional qualifiers, and here in the offline stage, they've been pretty impressive as well. They were able to take a game off of Egypt in the group stages. Unfortunately, not against the home crowd team here in Morocco yesterday. 2-0, despite a very amazing,
close.
I would say, early game control for the side of Tunisia in game number 2. They were able to get the draft, I would say even a victory all out in the early game, but they weren't able to close it out. I think that's a mistake that we see a whole lot of from every team around the world right now. Just closing out games is difficult, especially when you're encountering some of the late game picks that find a massive power spike in the mid to late, like the Natan yesterday. So I feel like at this point, with that mistake already being done, that comes in right now with them having the experience of learning through that mistake, through that loss, and coming back in Madagascar a bit stronger. That's why you saw the confidence earlier. They were able to take Morocco into a close game. Not a lot of teams have been able to do that here at AEC.
It's in a way, a lot of these teams, you always kind of have to put this in perspective, especially for some of the viewers around the world that might have been watching, Mlbb esports for some time. For a lot of these players, it's the first time on a stage. And with that comes part of the whole process of being able to settle in, get through the stage nerves, if you will, and then even competing against some of the players that they have probably also been looking up to. And this is, every time we get to talk to one of the players here while we're here in this amazing event in Casablanca, Morocco, has been, they pointed out they do watch. A lot of these players have been watching. A lot of them do look up to, of course, some of the players that are competing here as well, like we mentioned with Morocco and Egypt, the amount of experience that they've gotten throughout their history of competing internationally. And, for teams like this, again, Tunisia, Madagascar, that's the hopes of some of these players, if they can get to that point. Because, again, when you look at it, like the way that they're playing, you already hit this on the head, especially from yesterday. The drafts are good. A lot of the drafts, you might see a curveball here and there, but for the most part, the drafting is good. And you got to remember, too, a lot of these teams, they don't have coaches. They don't have analysts. They might be doing it themselves. And, I know you and I have seen teams do that before. For example, last year's Iesf in the Asian Championship, we saw the eventual team that became Lil Gun and how they transformed from what they did in Iesf to them competing on the biggest stages of MLBB competition. So that's something that all these players kind of look to in the future.
It's all about giving them the platform, right? To show what they've got on stage, to actually experience what it is like playing on stage with so many eyes around the world just watching internationally as well. A lot of international viewers out there, obviously. Outside of the venue that we're here in yesterday, they got the chance to go up against the home crowd favorites.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of pressure to play with, Naisu, especially considering after every single kill that their opponents got, there was cheers.
There was cheers.
And every time they would get a kill, it would just silence, all right? So that was something that they definitely had to go up against. That was something that they definitely will take as a lesson here up against Madagascar. And now, I would say no pressure, really, right? For both these teams, at this point, they've really lost the chance. It's unfortunate, but it gives them the chance to, again, end the event at least with a win.
Yeah, because at this, with that being said, it's like, how do we take everything that we've got? Again, this tournament has been over the course so far up to this point. It's day 4, right?
Day 4.
You can actually, based on the games that they've played, the opponents that both these teams have gone through, I would pretty much chalk it up as, they learned a lot up to this point, and then this is the time where you kind of showcase that. I would say, too, so far through the AEC, we've seen some of the most, ISF in general and AEC, we have seen some of the most interesting lineups that we have ever seen.
Interesting is a very good word to utilize, right? When we're talking about the drafts coming in from the African nations here participating in AEC. In the online qualifiers we saw from South Africa, I actually got to meet Doofenshmirtz just yesterday, who played the Yin Rome. And it does seem
that's
like
how he introduced himself, actually.
Exactly. I'm the guy who picked the Yin Rome. Yin mid as well with the Helker mid together, the double assassin combination in the mid lane. And hey, you spoke a little bit about the timing of, you spoke a little bit about the curveballs coming into the drafts. And yeah, it's been really impressive, interesting, to say the least, to see these cheese picks getting picked up very early in the series. And I think it's great timing, actually. If you have a time to go for these cheese picks, to go for the curveball, it has to be game number 1 in a best of 3, or game number 3 if it does go 1-1.
If it does, yeah.
It's all about utilizing that surprise factor here because, in a way, this is something that we also aren't really used to, right, Naisu? When we talk about semifinals, maybe even finals, we're used to best of 5s, even best of 7s.
Best of 7s.
So when we get a game that is such a very high-stakes match played in the best of 3, that gives a lot of openings for some of these teams to go for curveballs, to surprise and to upset their opponents.
And you know who's done that so well?
Who?
Off the top of my head. Egypt, right?
Argus Inspire.
Argus Inspire. And the way I always look at it is, we call them interesting matchups, you call lineups, you call them cheese picks, whatever you want to call it. The way it kind of falls into place is if it's in the game, you can make it work. And some of the teams, like I said, even that aren't Egypt, when they pulled out those surprising picks and they actually play it really well, that just shows that it's a mix of comfort and just confidence in the way that they can actually bring those picks to the table and make it, make it work.
Confidence.
Confidence.
That's the most important thing you need to have when you want to try to bring out these cheese picks, right? Because I think when we're talking about confidence, we can bring it back to a certain team, not from this region, that brought 5 arrivals, 5 retributions. And sometimes, yes, you understand the core game fundamentals, the core game mechanics to a point where
Is that what we called it during then too? Did we say that was confidence?
That was confidence, yeah. We said that. I mean, that was literally the reason why they did it anyways, right? They were confident they're going to get the win either way, whether they want to use the meta strats with a horse, with the Hylos that we haven't seen as well here in AEC, but we have not seen anything too crazy, right? We expected maybe we could see the Yin, maybe the Helkert as well. We did get to see the Helkert, but so far, no rivals, which is great, by the way.
No rivals.
But we have seen an Argus Inspire. That's the craziest thing
I was going to say, if we chalk it up to the craziest thing we've seen, it's definitely the Argus pick.
Yeah.
Aside from that, we saw
or the
Layla.
Zilong pick.
I was going to say, what do we leave it up to? Zilong, Argus, Layla?
I think Layla's a bit more normal, right? At least Layla, we've seen Layla played in, in other regions as well. But the Argus, when's the last time you saw Argus?
That's a good question. Competitively,
and
when have you seen it?
Right?
Zilong,
even in your ranked games, when was the last time you saw an Argus?
Hey, I'm that guy.
There you go.
I will play the Argus because I've always actually enjoyed the way that it works. And, again, with both these two teams, even talking, like I said, to Madagascar, it was like, how I asked them specifically, how deep does the hero pool go for you guys? Because they've been playing for years, actually, especially when the game did release. It's just, unfortunately, for like a lot of these teams, they don't have as much grounds to compete competitively. Like, unless it's spearheaded by, their own incentives and they create these tournaments and going on. So, they were the ones that were pretty much like, we don't get a lot of practice outside of just joining together at home or online and then playing ranked games, And so when you take that into a picture here in this tournament and then you're pulling picks like that out, it's almost like, again, how deep does the hero pool go for you guys? Because you already, they mentioned too, like they've watched some of the recent tournaments that we were also involved in where they kind of studied some of the drafting, some of the picks come up, and they try to make them work. But sometimes that's just not their flavor, and they're like, that's why we like to bring some of these new things to the table and make it work. And like I said, every single time we go to different regions, different teams even, that's what you see. It's like a different style of drafting our play.
Certainly is, man. I mean, right now, I'm actually just waiting for Madagascar and Tunisia to show us what they got here for the third-place match. If it's a match that technically they have nothing to lose in, what are they going to go for? Are they going to go for cheese picks? Are they going to go for the meta choices? Because even then, if we're talking about meta, does feel like for Tunisia and Madagascar, Egypt, their opponents, and Morocco just yesterday, Tunisia's opponents, have already kind of given them the blueprint as to how to beat each other, right? I think it starts in the draft. First phase, the bannings, the banned heroes coming in from, at least from Morocco, the match I actually got the pleasure of casting. Morocco put a whole lot of respect on the chip, even on blue side, which is something we don't really see a lot nowadays in the meta. Chip being banned out by blue side. It's usually a ban that you would want to force on red side. And we saw that the Roger was also banned out in red side. So if Tunisia have a chance to pick up a Roger, a Chip this game, I feel like it is going to be a big factor as to how they can gain more confidence. I don't know how you get more confidence than what you already showed on stage there. But hey, if there's a way, Tunisia definitely have a way to do it with the Roger, with the Chip pick.
Yeah, and with that note, we are, just to let our online viewers know too, we're just waiting for the players to go ahead and get set up here for the draft for game number 1. And while we wait, for that to happen, that's all we can really do is kind of throw out some theory on what we've seen, at least draft-wise, because as we have seen up to this point, like the drafting style is different too.
It's been fun.
It's been fun. It's a good change of pace, I would say, for the most part. I still think it was even Eterna that asked us yesterday. She was like, it's kind of weird because we haven't seen, for example, the Zask as much of a priority.
Yeah.
And as soon as she was saying that, the team picked it up. And then it ended up actually working really well against them because, again, you're actually a very vocal person about how strong Zask is, especially against the assassins that we see. There's our, there's our guys over there, of course, waiting too. Okay. I think we are going to be jumping into the draft here in just a second. It looks like we are. So we've got the draft ready up. And as we were talking about draft theory, so we got to look at this, right? They're going for the bans, the Moskov and the Roger. And the Jushin's going to be banned out over here from Madagascar.
Yeah. I love Madagascar squad here with the Jushin band, right? I mean, it shows you already that they understand the prios, especially up against Tunisia, a team that really enjoys to play around with the mid prio that they have.
Yeah.
If they leave open the Jushin, maybe even the Zask, it will definitely be a choice for Tunisia to go for, and it will give them a whole lot of pressure to play with. And also, Harith. I think yesterday we saw from both teams, Morocco and Tunisia, in the semifinal match that Harith was just super prio. First phase picked all the time. It was great in the hands of Kaizo. It was great in the hands of Ayato for Morocco. So I think, again, very, very good reads coming in from Madagascar. But something that they will be kind of forced to ban out in the next phase is either a Chip or a Zask. They're going to have to choose between Zask or Chip.
Yeah, which one do you want to leave open, at that point? I think you take out the Zask, though. And the reason why I say that, if you're here from Madagascar, is because, again, the kind of weak point that we saw really abused really was the fact that, for the jungle, you weren't able to get the movement that you wanted to. And if you don't take out that Zask, great band there, that's why I'm saying this, is because you are going to fall into a place of it's an assassin versus an assassin most part. And you don't want to deal with the Zask kind of ruining, your ability to get the momentum going here. And so great last ban for the first phase coming out from Madagascar. And I think even the same can be said for Tunisia. They really covered their bases of these top heroes that are being picked up and prioritized. Chip is a great choice, I think, if you wanted to go that way. Chip, Edith, there's still, of course, the Ruby. What else is on the top of the head?
I'm thinking with the, like you said, the Chip definitely just comes to mind instantly. If they want to try to counter the Chip, they can go for a Valentina first, maybe. Just try to counter some of the big mages that they can go for around the mid lane, but they decide to go for the Hylos, which is an amazing flex. We did see this also always banned away from Tunisia just yesterday by Morocco. So respected a whole lot by Morocco.
Yeah.
This time, Madagascar decided to leave it open. And for Madagascar, I think now it's a good point to go for a pick like a carry, right? They need something to deal enough damage to deal with this horse, bro.
Yeah, you got to deal with the horse.
Because just yesterday, when Tunisia picked up the Hylos, coming into the second phase, they banned out the carry and then the Claude, getting rid of a lot of the heroes that can actually deal with the Hylos, and this is a good response.
I was going to say, this is like the magic version of what you're talking about, It's you already mentioned the carry, but why not go ahead and lock in the Lunox? This is essentially the same thing, just with magic damage, because the Chaos Bolts are really going to hurt. And Julian would be great. They pick it up. I was going to go into the part because we see this combination quite often. Like, this is currently the most, I don't know if it's the most effective magic damage synergy that you're going to get.
Yeah.
But it's a whole lot of burst, but the downfall of that is you have so much magic damage right now, and what we've seen teams do in the past is they pick up this combination, and then they don't have enough physical damage.
Yeah.
And look at that, Terizla. So this is already beefy boys, as we like to call it, coming out from Tunisia.
These are some very tanky dudes. And, I mean, with the Claude as well, some good late game, a good weak side of the map as well to play with. So the fact that they can already play around the first few neutral objectives with the Hylos and Terizla combo, and then they can obviously have the Claude just stay independent in lane. Just looking to farm, looking to wait for those item power spikes. Meanwhile, for Madagascar, it really comes down to scaling at this point, if we're talking about just the Lunox.
Yeah.
So we don't know where the Lunox is going to go. We don't know where the Julian is going to go, technically, because if the Lunox does get flexed into gold, there's a possibility we might see the Julian in mid.
Yep.
But let's say you take a look at the meta, it should be Lunox mid, it should be Julian jungle, and there you go. They pick up the carry as well, so they are doubling down on
they heard you.
Additional HP damage, percentage damage, going up against some beefy boys here, and I think it does fit in, right? The Hylos, you get a lot of value with these picks. The Terizla as well, who usually goes for the what I like to call as the cringe build. The cringe tank build, because you're just unkillable. You go in with the penalty zone, you go Brave Smite, Queen's Wings first item. That's dirty. Right there. That is the build that usually gets on my nerves whenever I play marksman in my ranked games.
Because and then the passive, right? The body of Smith passive.
He already has damage reduction.
Yeah, so, and then you build it. Okay, I get why you like to call it the cringe build, because, that would be pretty irritating to play against. So, the answer, though, like we mentioned from Madagascar, this is probably about the best you can do in terms of like dealing with that tankiness, dealing with that durability, especially from the Terizla. And so how do you like, how do you highlight the rest of these picks here? And I think when you look at it, you need tankiness yourself. If you're Madagascar, I'm not sure if they'll actually want to opt for this, but you could go, the Minotaur is still going to be open unless it's banned out. You've got a good option in the Grok as well. You can go some great setups that way. Or maybe there's something still up the sleeves in terms of that. Lolita, I'm not sure if you would want to actually pick Lolita up, but I'm wondering, because of what we've seen from Madagascar so far, they like the Minotaur. So unless this is banned out, I kind of expect them to go ahead and pick it up. But you can see the Yuzhong was the focus right now because of the fact that, what are you going to put against the XP lane? Typically we see what basic matchup, you could do a Thamus, you could do an X-Borg.
Yeah, sometimes an Arlot even.
An Arlot. Something to help you kind of deal with the forced initiations that are going to come out from Tunisia's lineup. Like you're going to be playing against, like you already mentioned, Penalty Zone, Glorious Pathway, and you need to be able to deal with that.
Yeah, counter-engage definitely is one of the best ways to deal with a composition like this. If Madagascar are in a position to go for an Edith, maybe they can still go for it right now. I mean, they have first pick in the second phase, in the second banning or picking phase. There's going to be a Vexana ban as well, so they might actually be looking to go for not just re-engage, but actual full dive here.
Yeah.
Maybe something like a Tigreal to try to force out some of the...
Tigreal
maybe, like the... Because Tunisia definitely are setting up for an assassin pick right now, right?
Definitely,
with Terizla, with the high loss already, the Tigreal will be a great answer to the jungle, the assassin jungle, or the damage dealer in the jungle. And it might actually force Tunisia to pick up a hero that's a bit more tanky. And if they do that, it's going to put them in a tough spot. Chip ban, by the way. That's a very late chip ban.
I was going to say, probably the latest we've seen chip banned out.
It's the same as yesterday, Morocco, Tunisia. They banned out Chip very late into the second phase in game number 2 as well. But yeah, we'll see for Madagascar. Now they have a choice to go for the Edith. I think that's the safest choice to go for. They have flex on that as well. They can play in the XP, play in the roam.
More magic damage.
More magic damage too, if they want to stack up on it, right? If it's too much magic damage or true damage from carry, will be a bit more of value.
It's a whole lot of options left open, especially with this kind of picks early on. There, I said it earlier on, Minotaur is a go-to pick for Madagascar. So that's going to be the option here for the roam. I would still like to see them pick up, another great dirt hole that's actually taken from them. I was going to say, I'd love to see another XP lane option, great to go against the Terizla, but it's snagged from Tunisia. So this is going to be a jungle export, right?
This is an export jungle. We've seen this a whole lot, in my region. We've seen this twice, I believe, and the export jungle up against a tanky composition is usually great. But what it's great at as well is going up against a composition like this. Usually, you wouldn't really think about the Xborg up against a composition that wants to just deal out damage. But the thing is, you have that Faraga armor. You already have 2 health bars. You can play with that, plus the Netherrealm. That makes it 3. If you get an Immortality, you add 2 more health bars, and that's going to be 5 health bars you got to deal with. And for Madagascar, they decide on the Ruby to end up their draft, to wrap it up here.
It's tough.
And it's tough. It definitely is for both these compositions. I feel like for Tunisia, they have an easier road to get. They have an easier way to execute their game plan. For Madagascar, is a whole lot of scaling. It's a whole lot of build-up, and it's a whole lot of waiting for the mid-game power spike to hit.
It's a whole lot of relying on a motivational roar to keep you together. Like, even with a Flask of the Oasis in this situation, I don't think it's going to be enough sustainability. Like, I mean, you might be able to dodge a little bit of the initiation, from maybe with the Brilliance, maybe you're able to get away with the Enhanced Sword and everything else, but I feel like the problem is working through, what do we think, 3 health bars essentially for some of the lineup.
If it goes Immortality first item, which is something that, Xborgs tend to do.
We're
we're expecting 5 health bars by the second turtle.
Well, let's see exactly what the game plan is going to be here. It's Tunisia versus Madagascar. The fight for 3rd place here at the AEC. Both teams will not be going to Riyadh, but what they can do is go out with a win, take the bronze here, the 3rd place for the African Esports Championship, and it all starts here in this best of 3. We'll see which team ends up getting the lead here too. Interestingly enough, real thing to note, Destiny rocking the Warcry emblem on this carry. Like, he knows, I have to go ahead and pump out that penetration, pump out the damage against this tanky lineup that Tunisia has brought to the table. And so, you know, the way that they work around with that, we're going to see if that actually ends up working well. Again, carry needs some time to build up, scale up, and you already mentioned it, you know, when you gave your final thoughts here for the draft was scaling. Like, the scaling timing is what's important here. Yep. So, you know, based off that, who hits that faster? Which of these lineups is going to hit the scaling window faster here for them?
Definitely, I think, I mean, for both these teams, Tunisia are definitely going to hit their power spike first, right? And for Madagascar, they're really going to have to rely on the Julian. Because the Julian can get the power spike very quick. Once you get level 3, it's basically your ultimate already. So you're online to get some of the kills around the map to make things happen much earlier compared to, say, hey, an Xborg, who needs the last Insanity, who needs level 4. So for CC, I'm expecting CC already to utilize level 3 right after he gets a purple buff to look for pressure around the map. Maybe get more mid-prio by ganking Chibi and Zertic, or go into the bottom lane because, hey, you mentioned the Warcry emblem. I love it here for Destiny because he's already in a winning matchup. Utilize that winning matchup even more, put more of the killing pressure on the Claude, and try to win it out in the bottom lane.
It's a whole lot of extra damage, basically 6% extra damage from that Warcry emblem that Destiny is going to be able to make work, and really kind of putting this into context, especially what we saw yesterday from Madagascar. The main thing is always working on that trio, that mid lane trio setup that they have here. The struggle that they had for Birdie, especially yesterday, was that he was not able to get the setups he was looking for on any of the heroes that he was able to play because of the fact that they just got outscaled so quickly. So I think as long as you slow down, you make sure that, you know, you at least get to this first objective and get something out of it without dying early on, then that's going to be the best case scenario for them. Look at this top side already. Wow. They're going to force CC back to go possibly heal up before they try to take this turtle here.
Yeah, a bit too much damage for him to deal with there, and it will definitely give Pao massive advantage over the turtle that he starts up instantly. Smurf, bit of chaos flickering forward. Zertic taking a whole lot of damage, pops into the Vulcan, survives, but the lethal ignition tick finds it. Pao going to the retreat, CC winning on the retreat battle, goes to an enhanced chain, unable to find it. The last Insanity blows him up, and Tunisia will be able to capitalize on this. A penalty zone towards Smurf, locking them down. Chibi and Pao rotating as well. Spectre with the flicker. Good don't run Wolf King to disengage, and it seems like we are just going to be getting it even on the board, 1-1. Madagascar did secure it. Blazing Duet in the bottom lane, forcing Destiny to flicker back to safety.
That's a whole lot happening, you know, in the course of a minute or so, but great job from Madagascar to go ahead and get that turtle secured from CC, although he did end up going down in the exchange. And even for Smurf, you know, being that confident to flicker forward, pick up the kill. Like you said, it was procced with a lethal ignition emblem. So they're off to a good start. Tunisia, on the other hand, too, also got a kill in the hands of Chibi. Wow. Okay, Smurf with the damage. Birdie's here to help him out. And again, you know, it's a good thing they didn't put that pressure because Chibi didn't have the Netherrealm available to him. So, but that's a preview of how much damage is available here, especially with Smurf and CC's combination of heroes early on. And I think that's really the thing that Tunisia has to watch out for.
This is scary too, by the way, for Tunisia. The fact that Madagascar have a scaling composition, we were already talking about how Tunisia will actually have the early to mid control over the neutral objectives, especially. Considering the fact that they lost it out and they only got an even trade, it's quite bad for them. Good chain coming out. And Miss Fury knocking 3 members up. That's a brilliance. 4 members knocked up. Birdie still able to flicker out the safety. Kaizo, the blazing duet into the backline. Smurf going to be caught. The vengeance baits him out. Despite CC getting the enhanced chain on 3, Kaizo was left to free hit on all the members. And just like that, Tunisia find the lead again.
That's that swing that happens here at this portion of the game already too, which is interesting because Claude needs more time to build up, but that expedites the process. You know,
for Kaizo.
Yeah, and at that point too, you're just kind of wondering, all right, how do we adjust? How do we adjust from that point? Because, you know, even when they found a little bit of victory there. It was Tunisia that came out swinging, got the better part of that team fight, and now turned things in their favor for this turtle.
Trying to be very low, gonna be taken down by Birdie. The glorious pathway, CC with a steal again, but he'll pay for it with his life. That's a penalty zone to lock him down. Some of the fire coming down from Pau as well as they kite through their way, forcing the brilliance. Pau getting a triple. They might be going for the dive right now. It's a maniac picked up by Pau in the 4th minute of the game. It's a shutdown over, but still, massive win for Tunisia.
You know, at that point, he could have just stood there and taken that turret shot like a man, because he just got a maniac at under the 5-minute mark. Value indeed already, especially with this. You know, he's only got the War Axe too, so he's going to be building up next, and that's just a whole lot of gold going in his favor. And on the flip side, Madagascar is getting their first items locked in, but, you know, at this point, when you look at what's happening here in these early skirmishes and team fights, you know, it's kind of hard to already play against that AoE threat from Tunisia's lineup. And that's why one of the things that we were saying when the Minotaur was going to be picked up is it's great once you get the setup potential there. It picks up the Flask of the Oasis. You have some sustainability now. But trying to get the timings correct against the lineup that, you know, again, Kaizo hasn't hit his power spike.
Exactly.
And he's already doing a pretty good amount of damage on this clock.
Oh, so they're all going to go on King Jen, who decides to use the penalty zone to lock them down. And then flickering out. The Minus Fury with the flicker combo, though. Chibi rotating over with the Netherrealm. Those are some big resources baited out already. Birdie might be forced back. Pau has all the sacks ready. Last Insanity into the back. Boom! Spectre surviving with just a sliver of HP. Smurf decided to go in, but then gets punished as well. Pau getting another double to add on to the Maniac earlier.
I don't know about that, right? I mean, I'm not sure about the game plan of Smurf in that moment, but I don't think you were going to be able to get any value out of it, even if you got the kill, unless it was just to try to take out Pau. But, you know, now that he's 6-1-4, look at this. He picks up the Radiant Armor now, too. So he's got good amount of magic resistance. It's going to help deal with that combination of heroes we were talking about between CC and Smurf. And so this is easy sailing for them for this next turtle. Unless I don't think CC's going to steal this one. He's already done it twice. So Tunisia will lock in that last objective. So they've got some time. They got about 2 minutes here to build up. Smurf going to go down.
Caught by the Blazing Duet there. It's a trade, though. It's King Jen for Smurf. Definitely worth it still for Tunisia, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Smurf mid lane losing out to the XP there. And for Tunisia, it's just a slow build at this point. They don't really need to go for anything too crazy. Kaizo can actually zone 2 members alone. And at this point, I'm actually curious if he's actually already hit his item power spikes. Chibi walking up, trying to go forward the damage there. Ghost Bursters, unable to connect in time. Still, recall for CC.
So he's got Corrosive Scythe and DHS, I believe.
Just 2 items.
Just 2. He doesn't have the Trinity yet.
Wow.
And look at this. I mean, you're seeing the damage he's doing here to Birdie even. And that's why they're going to go ahead and take this control of the purple buff.
Wow. The Ghost Burster's doing a whole lot of damage. You're taking it back. He has the Vengeance too. Hey, it's a carnival ride as he gets knocked up there. He sees the world. Last Insanity. Pau. Just zoning them in the back. The Stampede connects, but Chibi isn't able to drag them back towards the members of Tunisia. CC will still be able to recall on that push. Actually decides to cancel it out in case Kaizo face checks.
That's the thing, man. At this point, you know, if you're Pau, you're just rolling off the confidence that you've got backup. And by backup, I mean those 3-4 health bars, plus the Nether Realm. You know, at that point. CC, I guess he's just giving information.
Yep.
So watches the tier 2 get taken down, goes back to base. While Birdie's half health here, this is very... Oh, this is troublesome if they actually push this one in. They're trying to get the shields out.
The rich pathway already. I'm offended with the flicker there. Good Minus Fury connecting over there, but Last Insanity gets used up. Blown up in the back. The Blazing Duet zones the boy. CC's going to be taken out as well. Kaizo times it well. Backs up to the BMI just as he gets the last shot, and Destiny isn't able to do any damage to Pau.
How do you get through Pau? That's the question constantly here. Oh, he's going to get pulled?
I'm offended. Pau will do it with Destiny in the back, just a free hit. A Minus Fury again by Birdie this time, unable to connect. Meanwhile, King Jen is just seating down up top, just chilling.
Just doing his thing.
Taking a tier 2. Birdie trying to defend in the mid lane, but will not be able to.
No.
The Glorious Pathway is placed down as well. Now the stun as Kaizo picks up a monster kill. Smurf in the midst of it all. That's a double for Kaizo, as the penalty zone was used up earlier by King Jen to zone Madagascar away.
It's apparent, you know, this front line that Tunisia is able to bring to all these fights, these skirmishes, it's a little bit too much to handle. I mean, even when you're lucky enough for Spectre to get a pull in with the I'm Offended, sometimes you might be pulling them to their demise, you know, because then you're going to get followed up with a setup or, you know, blasted by the Blazing Duet here, or even the penalty zone, or Last Insanity. Like, that's what I was saying. This AoE-centric lineup is so difficult to deal with for Madagascar when they want to fight. And now with the Lord taken here for Tunisia, they fall further behind. Uh-oh.
Pathway to CC. Yes, to entry his own camp. That's a Minions Fury burnt out too. Now the stun, as Spectre gets completely isolated from the team, but Birdie's still able to be there for the team, there for Spectre to give him safe passage back to base.
All right, let's think about this. At this point, 10 minutes in, Lord's going to be making its way top. How do they turn this around? Now, what does Madagascar do here to potentially stay in this game and not let it end here?
Firstly, they gotta hope for Tunisia to make a mistake, right? At this part of the game, when you're behind by almost 10,000 gold, there needs to be some sort of mistake.
Yeah.
Tunisia needs to kind of overextend, and Madagascar play around their base turrets with the damage that they already have, with the re-engage potential that they have to turn the tides around. But it's definitely easier said than done. Definitely easier said than done.
Lord now top side, going to be working on that base turret. They're trying to clear the mid lane, but this might be a forced fight here into the base.
There we go. I'm Offended connecting on the 3 members. Destiny in the back still playing with the Fountain of Blazing Duet, not able to take him down. Kaizo becoming an absolute monster. Some of the knockups coming down. Kaizo staying objective as the rest of Tunisia zone everybody back into the Fountain.
And that's going to be game number 1 decisively for Tunisia here. Again, with a lineup that was built to do this in that first Lord. And even with Madagascar getting a couple great steals on the objectives, trying to, you know, get the lead in their favor early on, unfortunately, it was just too difficult of a task, you know, against this lineup that covered all its bases from Tunisia, from start to finish in terms of magic damage available to them, physical damage, and just as we take a look at the highlights here, you're going to see that all unfold. And like we said, not only durability, but just the extra health bars with the fact that you have an X-Borg and a Netherrealm from this Faramis pick was part of the whole equation of what made it so successful. And then even this early Maniac, you know, under the 5-minute mark is going to allow POW to just scale up insanely and have the confidence of, yeah, anytime that I want to push it under a turret, hey, I've got a Netherrealm to help me out.
Exactly, and I think it's got to do with the early game composition that we were talking about already, right? It was concerning that Madagascar was able to get the first turtle, was able to get an even trade in kills as well, but Tunisia knows better than to actually panic over just the first turtle. Even the second turtle, they played it still very, very chill, took their way slowly but surely to get that mid-game power spike, and it came through a little bit of a few mistakes as well, technically, for the side of Madagascar. Definitely taking a few fights too early, despite the fact that they won the first 2 turtle fights, just by taking it away. They're not in the position to actually fight just yet. They still need to wait for those item power spikes, and because they didn't have it, Tunisia were just able to take back control of what looked to be a Madagascar scaling game.
Yeah, and that's, I guess every time we look at a lineup like this from Madagascar, or we talk about scaling lineups, the question always is, can we actually get to that point in the game, like the late game? Because, you know, for the average game time for a lot of the competitive games for Mlbb now, you know, we might see that mark from about 16 to 20 minutes on the highest level. If they can get to that point, that's where you get to this late game centric. The scaling really starts to show. And, you know, when you're 3-4 Lords deep, that's when you can turn the tide. But, you know, as you look at this 11 minutes, they did not get a chance to get to that point where they allowed it to shine. Because, again, carry, even for Destiny, like, you just needed to be able to farm up. You needed to be able to provide a damage. And part of the reason why it was so difficult is the initiations coming out from Tunisia. I mean, we're talking about the Glorious Pathway alone doing a lot of devastation on those fights. And you can see this MVP of game number 1. It's going to be Kaizo here, 8-0-3.
Shoutouts to Kaizo, man. Looking at the itemization, Warrior Boots from the start of the game, really respecting his opponent in Destiny with a winning matchup already. We were expecting Carry to actually win out of that matchup, and I think the Warrior Boots gave him just that tad bit amount of defense to actually survive in the laning phase. Because, hey, we saw the war cry as well for Carry, so we saw that Destiny wanted
a little extra defense.
The kill pressure in the bottom lane to a whole new level. But then towards the end, despite the fact that Kaizo was already popping off, despite the fact that they were winning pretty hard around the mid game, he still decided to go for Rose Gold as his 4th item. he already got the 3 items. I would definitely go for, if I was that ahead,
Yeah.
I'd go for a Wind Talker even. Just add in more damage. But the fact that you still have that respect, you still have, again, ways to counter a lot of the damage output that will be coming your way by the Julian, by the Lunox as well. A lot of the magic damage could be surprising, and I'm glad I saw the Rose Gold Media there.
Yeah, that's a lot of just adaptability that we saw there, right? So we are going to be taking a quick break, I believe it is, before we head over to game 2. So sit tight. We'll be back after the short break. And we are back. Thank you for waiting for us for the break. We're getting set up here for game number 2. We are in the best of 3 for 3rd place here at the AEC. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here on desk with Mirko. And right now it's match point for Tunisia. They just had a very quick game. It was about 11 minutes.
11 and 8 seconds.
8 seconds, yeah, against Madagascar. So, you know, if you missed that one, real quick, it was just a battle of 2 different lineups. And really for Tunisia, they just played the part of this tanky, beefy boy lineup with multiple health bars. Like, that's pretty much what it was.
It was a crazy lineup, man. The Hylos and the Terizla, if that wasn't already annoying enough to deal with, right? The fact that they already forced Madagascar to go for 3 picks that you would expect to just be able to win out against the beefy boys, but then the Brilliance came in with the Exborg pick and then the Fairness, right? The Exborg, again, it adds up to an already very annoying composition with another like addition of 2 health bars. If you add a Mortality, then 4th health bars. You add a Fairness, and it becomes unlimited amount of health bars. On top of that, it was a Vengeance. That was a really smart choice to go for, I would say, because usually I think for Hylos, for the most part, we see Revitalize more often than Vengeance. So the fact that he did go for the Vengeance, knowing that he is going to be going up against Lunox, up against the carry as well, these picks that will actually be a big problem for the Hylos.
Yeah.
It makes a whole lot of sense, and great problem solving by them.
And that's always what I want to highlight here is how going against what we've seen from Tunisia from the online qualifiers, like I would say that their drafting style now has improved, right? From what we saw from the online qualifiers, their game plan has improved. And the way that they rotate around the map has improved. And I think really when you you break it down by layers, and this is what I was telling the players from Madagascar, like look at some of these teams that have a little more experience than you and try to break down their drafting pattern, try to break down like their game plan when they approach these matches here. And, you know, if you just really look at what Tunisia did in the last game, in game number 1, it was brilliant. The way that they put things together, the way they layered things together. And we always have to point out, you know, that first phase as we jump into the draft here for game number 2. First phase is so important, right? These first really 3 picks that you get, especially in this case where now for Madagascar, they're on the blue side. You know, so they're going to have that priority pick, that first one. So you build your lineup around, especially whatever you're prioritizing here. Bans, I kind of expect to be very similar from the last game. You know, Zask is already going to be taken out early on. Maybe we see Chip banned out later
this time, or later?
Earlier actually, because either that or it's going to be picked up. I think this could be something that Madagascar decides to priority if it's not banned out from Tunisia over here.
Agreed. I think for Tunisia as well, by the way, this is going to be a swap of sides. Tunisia this time will be on the red side. It will be Madagascar on the blue side. And it's still the Harith and the Zask ban from Madagascar. Tunisia is still sticking to the Roger as well. If we take a look at game 1, maybe they're going to go for the Ling ban as well. Here, just, you know, stick to what works already. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's one of the big lines that a lot of teams like to utilize here. Despite being on a different side, having a composition like that, especially the Hylos, it definitely puts Madagascar in a tough spot here on blue side. Because this is usually the spot that you want to go for bands like that. The Hylos, more just respect.
Yeah.
But Tunisia also have a lot of picks that they can take away from them because it does feel like, it does look like Tunisia don't want to ban the chip again. Like you said, if it's not banned out here in the first phase,
maybe
one of them are going to pick up.
And I always feel like with chip being available, it's always kind of you got to toss it up because it is rolling the dice. Like anytime you pick up a chip, it's you know that once you drop the ultimate, which is the most utility that you can bring to the table, is the enemy team can come through the shortcut. So I think that's still going to be weighed between both the teams, like if they want to ban it out or not. The fact, too, that Ling has been banned out, like this could be a play coming out from Tunisia. They're like, you know, Madagascar, if you want to pick up that Ling that I think we did even recall seeing them play it yesterday, go for it. We'll challenge you. And I think that's, you know, you mentioned there's the Terizla band. You mentioned Hylos, man. Like, Hylos has been so good lately. Not just here, but just globally.
Everywhere. Yeah, globally around the world. It's been a big pick, man, because not only is it a solid pick in both the roles, but it's a flex pick. That's what makes it super prio. And a lot of teams have been able to pressure their opponents just through picking it up once, forcing them to ban it out every other time. And now it is going to be the Ling ban. So Tunisia, at least there, they still have the respect given over, right? They're like, okay, you're still good on the Ling. We still want to respect that. The chip, though, however,
there it is.
Like we mentioned earlier, if Madagascar don't ban it out, they need to pick it up themselves. And this is going to be, I think, the first chip pick that we've seen in AEC 24, at least in the offline stage. Madagascar are going to be the ones to show off on it?
We saw it yesterday.
Oh,
It didn't work well.
Okay.
So let's just go ahead and throw that out of our memory. It didn't work well. We haven't seen it yet.
This is the first time.
This is the
real first time.
This is the real first time that it's going to get popped up, and we'll see if Madagascar is worth taking that risk already, because Moskov here, Hayabusa is also open. A lot of these assassin junglers have been continuously banned out, but instead they're going to cover the grounds, go with the XP lane right away, and they pick up a Yuzhong, another hero that was banned out in the previous game, and it's such a good, powerful, strong pick early on just because of the fact that, I mean, think about the matchups for Yuzhong. There aren't that many that actually go toe-to-toe with him. And the fact that you already took out the Terizla yourselves if you're Madagascar, this is favorable, right, for Yuzhong. You pick it up right away. So I'd love to see them kind of have that in mind here on how are you going to counterplay those Dragon Form pressures that's going to come from the Yuzhong here. And how do you complement the chip? Looks like Julian's going to come up again. Don't tell me they're going to go Lunox again.
I don't think so. Not up against the Yuzhong and the Moskov, right? It definitely doesn't suit their agenda here. They want to go for. I think at this point, they can go for the Hylos in the XP lane, though, not in the roam, right? They go for the Ruby instead, though. They put it in the XP. I believe the chip isn't really a flex pick, can only go roam, or I've only ever seen it roam. Can the Ruby go? Technically, it can still go gold or XP. They can still utilize that flex pick in towards the second phase of the banning phase. And the pick and phase, Tunisia, Moskov, Yuzhong, no Zas to be picked up here. I think at this point, usually the way to deal with a chip is a big kind of re-engage hero. I think the Minotaur comes to mind instantly, or something like a Carmilla as well. They would have so much AoE. If they stack it up on a Carmilla Curse of Blood, say, it could definitely give Madagascar a few problems if they decide to take that shortcut. But they take the easier route, which is the Minotaur, right? They already saw this as well last game, and Madagascar were actually able to get a few big sets, getting 4 members knocked up. So now it'll be an easier job for Zertic because they're up against a composition that relies on dive, that relies on these clumped up compositions and clumped up team fights.
You know, I like it though because I always think when you have a chip across from you, like your plan is to let everyone come through the shortcut, we'll set it up. And so I was thinking Minotaur, or if they went for the mid lane pick, it would have been an Aurora. Maybe possibly go with the Aurora. You know, we actually have seen also teams pick up more AoE-based, like Vexana is still open, for example.
That's true.
Even the Valentina there. They ban out the Clint. They're going to... So they're not sure, too. Where is the Ruby going? Most likely, let's just say, it is going to go in the XP lane. There is that possibility, obviously, that it could be flexed into gold. But I think still, if you're Madagascar, I might want to cover my bases in the mage department here and go ahead and maybe just ban out the Aurora, because I feel like that's going to be a big problem if they don't ban it out, just because it kind of negates the shortcut from the chip. Like your idea is, let me drop this down, send everyone through, and then what happens if we all get frozen right away? You know, that's not that completely takes your game plan out of the picture if you're Madagascar here. So I'd love to see them go ahead and ban out some of these mage options, because you already see Tunisia focusing in on the rest here that they can. And also going back to it, like what do they want to pick up in the jungle? Like with this lineup already, first 3 picks, you know, respect. Obviously, respect. They don't want to have Pau doing the same thing, but I think you could still kind of decide, like, do we want to pick up a Hayabusa? Do we want to pick up another assassin here? There we go. Lunox is going to be the last ban.
Wow, so still planning to go for a tankier lineup. It does seem like they're setting up for exactly that here. They already have the Yuzhong the Minotaur, so I'm guessing maybe a utility jungler, like a Baxia, perhaps. Trying to deal with a composition like this that wants to be up in your face. Someone like a Baxia, they can tank up the few first shots, of the initial impact, I would say, of the whole crash course and the whole shortcut from Madagascar. Could be a good way to actually tackle this game, to tackle the chip. That is a big problem in a lot of games. Usually, I think in our regions, our pro players would usually say if the chip is open and it gets picked up, that's it. That's done. Let's go next, right? But we'll see. So far in AAC, chip hasn't really been a big threat, as in it doesn't have a big win rate, a nice win rate. That's going to be the Aurora ban, though. Again, that would be the icing on the top of this composition. You already have so much AoE. The Aurora comes in with the freeze. Even if you go Purify.
Yeah,
you Purify out of the Minotaur, and then you get frozen.
Literally the icing, so good solid choice there to go ahead and ban that for the last one here from Madagascar. And it makes me wonder too, like, because of what we're so used to seeing from chip, at least in our regions, like, what is the answer? It gives you some of that respect for some of those prominent chip players that, like, they really, like, their placement, their decision-making on dropping the shortcut or when to do that. And even the ability to just use the Crash Course. Like, Crash Course with Concussive Blast Emblem is so much early damage and poke that you can actually utilize. And so, for Tunisia, the next pick, we already mentioned this as well. Valentina was open. They picked this up. So I wonder how this is going to work, right? What kind of ultimates are you going to be kind of switching around and taking here from Madagascar? Brody, this is what we saw yesterday from them. They did play a Brody yesterday.
Okay.
Again, speaking with them, this is one of the comfort picks in their hero pool. This is what they like to play with, especially when you're talking about some of these other options being banned out. The Moskov was already taken. Clint was another one, and that gets taken out of the picture. Lilia will lock this lineup in here for Madagascar.
There we go. Some more mid-pressure, mid-pry to play with for Madagascar. The Brody, by the way, is a great pick against the Moskov. In the individual lane, amazing. Up against the Yuzong as well. This is a hero that actually does really well against the Yuzong. You can try to strike him down before he even lands with the Black Dragon form. But the big problem for the Brody has got to be the Minotaur. It's got to be the Valentina as well.
Yeah.
And the last pick that we have yet to see, because if Tunisia go for an assassin, Brody...
As you say it.
Depends on the way that the Destiny actually plays this Brody, right? If he saves a second skill up against a Nolan, then yes, you can do that. But it's very tough to save that skill when there's so many gap-closing abilities from Tunisia, so many ways to be up in your face. At least for Destiny, it does put him in a similar circumstance as it does in Game 1, as it did in Game 1. It's a winning matchup still. It was a carry Claude, now it's an even better winning matchup for him.
Brody
It's a
Moskov.
Brody Moskov. So as long as the team is able to enable the gold lane, play around the killing pressure that they have in the gold lane, I think Madagascar can get it done. If they don't, though, that's a scary comp that they're facing.
100% is, and I'd love to see this get to a game number 3 here because the adjustments have been made. Madagascar coming in with a different lineup this time around, and we'll see if it's enough to go against the dominant game that Tunisia had just in game number 1 on how they kind of go along with that because right now, match point for that third place finish here in AEC.
It's 1-0 right now. So Madagascar, they really have to show that they have nothing to lose at this point. Go crazy, go all in or nothing. It's game number 2. And it might be Tunisia clean sweep. Game 1 was 11 minutes. If this composition snowballs, it's a bit scarier than that. I think it'll be even faster.
Definitely, and as you can see this too, I think part of it, like I was saying with Chaibi picking up the Valentina, it's kind of like what ultimate do you want to take? You can have your pickings actually for the most part over here. You can also play around the fact that, you were wondering the initiations. Like if you just take the I'm Offended from Spectre, that's also going to work really well for this lineup here. It's already early aggression. Pao should be fine, does get out of there. But, coming back to the point, that's the thing. I really want to keep my eye here on Verdi. How he's able to utilize the chip.
Good Crash Course up top. CC going to be rotating over as well. Enhanced Chain.
There
This time, it's Madagascar that strike first. That's 1-0 on the board. Already different to game number 1.
Okay, Tunisia able to make something happen here. And now still Smurf, though, doesn't have the black shoes yet, so want to be careful. Get the flicker out from Destiny. And this is what you were talking about, too, with the Brody. He's got a couple escapes that he can work around with.
Chaibi can go for the dive. Good Crash Course. A disengage. Zertik is there to grant Chaibi back to safety. CC is going to rotate over. No enhanced chain. Just a pixel away from hitting Chaibi, and he'll be there to still clear out the waves. Not able to fully go for that kill. Meanwhile, this seemed like Pao was setting up for something there, but spots out that Destiny will be recalling. And by the way, this is a lethal ignition Brody. This is a Brody that wants to burst, wants to get some of the health bars deleted as fast as possible.
Brody usually runs the quantum charge,
Exactly.
right? Like for the most part. So, CC?
CC, a bit of miscalculations happening there. Invading into the purple buff and then getting picked off. I believe, he was trying to utilize the enhanced sword, but definitely timed it a bit off there, and it will be Tunisia actually equalizing on the board.
Okay, taking a look. Nothing too crazy with the items, of course. A couple Fury Hammers here for Tunisia, and so that gives them kind of that upper hand in terms of damage potential early on. Chaibi also picking up that Arcane Boots now, too. You'll be surprised at how much damage a Valentina can do just with, the level 2 boots. Chaibi's going to be holding on to his own shortcut.
I'm offended. Chaibi This time still able to flick around to safety. Baits out the I'm offended CC on the turtle right now. Smurf can be able to spot out Pow in the bush. CC goes over the chain, knocks Pow up. Black Dragon form coming out in the fight. The shortcut in the backline as well. The Miss Fury knocks them up. And even with the shortcut for Madagascar, they're not able to retaliate in time. Smurf taken down. Chibi gets the kill. 4-1 Tunisia.
That's tough. That's tough at this point already. You get the objective, you get a few kills, you get a blade of Heptases already on Pow. Destiny.
Okay.
Flicker's going to be available in a couple seconds, but Chibi knows and just forces him back. All right, he still holds on because I didn't have the Flicker. Now he has it. It's back online, but the fight for the jungle resources is going to happen now. Tunisia, they will go ahead and continue to go and put pressure here.
Good shortcut now as well. Pow decides to go in, and Hans Chain knocks him up. Zertic gonna be caught too, and that's a win for Madagascar. Shows you exactly how amazing the chip can be, and now CC picks up a triple on the back of a crash course from Birdie.
That's huge. Madagascar. Great usage this time from Birdie. Probably the best shortcut we've seen between yesterday and today. Great usage right there. Hopefully he's able to go ahead and replicate that throughout the game, because Tunisia, they might go ahead and look to punish that the next time, but so far Madagascar, what that whole interaction did is what they lost earlier on in terms of gap. They've gained it back here. Blade of Heptases also picked up by Destiny. Here's Chibi.
Oh, overextending a bit. Smurf decides to pop into black shoes. A forced error as Chibi steals the torn apart memory, gets it in range, and deletes Smurf off the map, making him already use out a few abilities. By the way, now Skirmish CC getting the shutdown, waiting in the bush. Great assassination to equalize on the board once again.
This one's already closer, right? I mean, it's very back and forth in the early game. That's great for Madagascar as they kind of try to just keep things from slipping out of hands here. Zertek gonna find Birdie. Birdie goes in with a crash course.
And the shortcut too. Decide to all in on Zertek. That will be a kill over. And Smurf takes it away. That's all the resources used on the roamer though, so
that is,
they can still look for a fight.
Well, Turtle's up. They might just take this one. Just gives it the even for the objectives. That's the turret though too for Madagascar, so they'll be able to get the turtle plus that turret in the bottom side. Should happen any second. There it is. They lock that in. So great once again at shifting things a little bit further, at least in terms of evening things out. It's about even now in terms of economy, and Madagascar, they're in a great position to go ahead and get some control the early portion of this game already though for the buffs.
Minas Fury used up CC. Again, trying to go for the invade on the purple, and this gets picked up instead. Good, I'm offended, forcing out the black shoe. Smurf walking up on the turret, and now gets absolutely obliterated by Pow on the fracture. Doesn't even seem like he needed to use a fracture. Good Terrify over by Chibi, and that's a Sky Piercer, by the way. Picked up by Pow in the 5th minute of the game as he steals his opponent's purple buff.
Man, you remember when we started the online qualifiers for Africa, and that's when the patch just came out?
The Sky Piercer.
The SPA.
Pow. Indeed, Pow. Able to escape for now. Gets out of Don't Run Wolf King, and now baits out the Flicker from Destiny 2. Finesse. Slippery as ever on the Nolan, and they were able to utilize that pressure to get the mid lane. And like you said, SPA. Sky Piercer, Abuser, Spear of Misery. Up top, Spectre forced the Flicker.
And, you know, those little instances of getting the battle spells down do play a part. Zertek might be in trouble.
He doesn't have Minas Fury. Does have the Flicker. He is able to escape. Kaizo now going to be sandwiched over by Smurf. Good Spear of Misery grants him a bit more space to actually escape, but Zertek might be taken off. That's a Minas Fury popped in as well onto 3 members. Zertek's able to find it. Sort of memory taking him down though. Chibi now walking up, gets the shortcut down. Pow with a fracture, dealing a lot of damage, but CC deals more. Turning it around once again. That's 3-0 for Madagascar.
Wow, that was a little disconnected that we just saw there from it. Tunisia, I mean, even a little bit late to the party from Chibi, goes in, drops the shortcut when already the team was falling apart. So ultimately, that was a shortcut to the death there. And so with that, Madagascar gets a little more room to breathe, getting the tier 2 on the top side down. Great for them.
Whoa! Black Shoe still ready, decides to pop it in. Kaizo's needs to be careful here. Doesn't have to purify the Black Dragon form, going to be used up by King Gen. Rotating over, gets the Furious Dive and the Petrify onto Destiny. No Flicker ready. The passive on him. The Tournament Memory is there. Good, I'm offended. But Chibi is still able to get the kill down on Destiny. Didn't want to Tournament Memory earlier. Pow right there. That's King Gen picked up. Pow going to be falling as well. Kaizo barely escaping with Ibis Walker. Meanwhile, Chibi Gets away with a dash. DC still chasing, gets the scythe. Chaibi going for the chain, immobilizing them. The Minas Fury used up, but not in time to save Chaibi.
Oh, Zyrtec, the only one to walk away, and Kaizo now on the top side. Madagascar's team fighting this game, so much improvement from what we just saw, right? Game number one, and just like I said, it feels disconnected from Tunisia, the way that they're trying to play into these fights. Again, even Kaizo, you already mentioned it there in the fight. They're not going to get there in time, but yeah, Kaizo, like, he doesn't have the damage he needs yet, you know? He doesn't have the items locked in to make this Moskov really hurt. He's only got the Corrosive Scythe and the Golden Staff, still working on his third here. And so at this point, you kind of want to pick and choose your fights, you know? You want to be very careful in the way you decide to fight against Madagascar, because right now, obviously, playing off the momentum they've gotten themselves, they're in a good position, and I'm actually impressed too how tanky Birdie is. A lot of times he's just up there in the front. Yeah, you allow Spectre to go ahead and just maybe pull with the I'm offended if he uses the flicker or not. And this is a huge item being picked up for Smurf. The Ice Queen Wand is there. Birdie though. Okay, Chaibi gonna go ahead and take his own shortcut. So they'll go ahead and get prepped for that purple buff. They're trying to keep things together, but look at this Pow too. He's gonna get cut off.
CC pops in the chain, unable to find it. Birdie maybe was looking to go for a dive there, but it is way too risky to go for the dive. Pow still has the level lead. Spectre walks up, gets a donor. Wolf King flicker forward. Minas Fury as well used up. Decides to actually put up the map now. Shortcut placed down the Black Dragon for him. Able to deal with Spectre. Kaizo still able to survive. Good flicker out. CC still looking for a Destiny. Gets rid of King Jen. Buys the win of nature as well as Pow.
Conceal
is so far away from the team. That's a conceal to cut him off. Birdie with the crash course. Pow needs to be careful here. How's he going to escape? Tries to go to the bottom side of the map. That's a stun over. One more shot should do it. Destiny picks the kill up and puts Madagascar in a spot where they can actually go for the Lord.
I think they might. I'd love to see them be able to lock this objective in. Continue to swing the game in their favor with the power spikes that they're seeing here. Very intense. I'm not sure what the second item is going to be for Zyrtec. You know, it looks like he's got... Okay, he's got the Flask of the Oasis. I had to look over my shoulder. He's got that locked in, so that's what we see there. He's got the Radiant Armor. He's got the Flask of the Oasis. And really, when you look at it, you're kind of questioning, like, do they have enough sustainability to deal with the team fights? Well, so far, Madagascar has made it very apparent that they don't. And so for Tunisia, if they want to come back in this game on the defense, they're going to have to hold it together, get a fight in their favor around the base, possibly just let the tier 2s go, not get cut off by this lineup that Madagascar has, especially with a chip in their favor. So that's exactly what they're going to get in position to do here. Lord's still on the top side. They should be able to clear it out really well. They do have a Moskov, so that's fine. You're going to see this Lord get taken down pretty quickly while they try to manage the rest of the waves. But are they going to push it in top? Madagascar might go in with the aggressive.
Does seem like they will be able to deal with the Lord. Not even utilizing the Holy Defense to deal with the Lord. Great defense right now. Chaibi dealing a whole lot of damage, forcing Smurf to use the black shoes. He does as well, as he stole it away earlier. King Jen, by the way, that's a Queen's Wing. Turn apart memory into the back. Destiny almost just finding a pickup onto Zyrtec, but he is still able to escape. Pow. Again, finding himself in a bad spot on the other side of the map, but Birdie is not able to find him. Decides to stop the chase.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I was gonna say, you gotta hold your breath a little bit, especially when you have a chip on the field here. Really for Pao though, that's kind of what he has to do. You know, he is the assassin for a reason. In the jungle here, he's trying to like put some pressure on the side lanes if he can, clear some of the waves that we're pushing in. But it's tough because, yeah, you know, you're seeing a Malefic Roar, you're seeing the Wind of Nature already defensively here for Destiny. And it's difficult to get to him, and that's why I was pointing out the fact, too, once Smurf locked in that Ice Queen Wand, it's even more difficult for Tunisia to get into range because you're just constantly being hit with the blooms and being slowed. You know, and having the Glowing Wand, too, a part of that makes it even more of a hard time for them. So right now, it's kind of just, where do we find our moments? Where do we find these wins on the lane here? Do they just wait? Do they just wait for a Lord fight to go ahead and duke it out against Madagascar?
Good positioning around the map. Not for Pao, though. Baited in earlier by Spectre. The flicker comes in. Oh! Great maneuvers from Pao to escape from the shortcut. Chaibi right there. I'm offended. Stealing it away. Spectre. Isolating for the team. Minas Fury coming down. Knocking 3 members up. King Jen with a dive onto the back line. Going with the Furious dive. Able to connect as well. Now the Petrify. But Kaizo isn't able to find the Spear of destruction. So King Jen, though, finds the kill. Kaizo might be able to find a birdie in the bush. Unable to recall in time. Kaizo with the chase. Now with the Abyss Walker and another pin down onto the wall. Will be able to find it to once again turn the tides, this time for Tunisia, 4-0.
And that's the pendulum right there that we see. Swing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh no.
Spear of Misery, Smurf. Forced to use the Black Shooters, tries to deal damage. Kaizo has the Rose Gold Meteor. He bought it earlier. If he didn't get it earlier, that would have been a solo kill for Smurf. Whew.
Good thing he had a little bit of that damage reduction for the magic damage, but that's also the objective. Now in the hands of Tunisia, they just completely swung things in their favor in a matter of minutes. And so they'll take some resources, they'll get prepped up for the Lord push that's going to come here shortly. And so for Madagascar, when they have been leading this game, you know, they're still in good fighting condition. They've got a Holy Crystal locked in now for CC. Good Sea Halberd picked up by Destiny to deal with some of the healing that's going on from Tunisia. But it isn't enough. I think that's the question here. These tier 2 turrets are going to be worked on. And Lord making its way down the mid. They got to manage the waves to get ready. Chibi.
Stealing away the shortcut, decides to put it down as well, but Chibi is way too far alone. Zertic getting 2 members up, knocked up. Kaizo still free hitting in the backline as Birdie goes in with the crash course. Great damage reduction coming down. Kaizo able to kite away once again, still free hitting Destiny. Needs to be careful. Pot's gonna win in nature, but no, the timing is a bit off and Destiny gets punished for it. Meanwhile, the Lord is still in the mid lane. Madagascar, they try to go for a gamble. That did not work. Spirit Destruction, Kaizo in the midst of it all, between the base turret and the Lord. Zertic with a move forward. Birdie gonna be caught in the fracture once again. Zoned away, the piercing damage gets him down. Kaizo picks up an unstoppable and they turn it around. That's a comeback for Tunisia.
And that's Tunisia getting 3rd place here at the AEC, locking it in after a sweep against their opponents, Madagascar there. Congratulations to them getting the 3rd place finish here. And a good fight from Madagascar, really showing that they did find improvements all the way from their journey of the online qualifiers up to this point. You know, unfortunately against a force like Tunisia here, they couldn't pull through to a game number 3. But man, it looks good. Tunisia, a lot of just promise here too in the future for them as they hopefully, you know, we get to see more of them. They're flexing too. They got to feel pretty good about it because the performance in able to swinging a game back in their favor after being, you know, finding loss after loss in some of the team fights. Great for them to do that and turn that around as we look at the highlights here from this game number 2. 3rd place finish here for Tunisia. And that's the thing, you know, you see it here. They had to deal with the shortcuts. And Madagascar did a phenomenal job in the early game utilizing the chip. Birdie did what he had to do on this pick. Probably the best performance we've seen, at least on chip, throughout the AEC. And you know, Tunisia, they had to kind of adapt to it. They had to come up with an answer, and I think really as they waited, because they needed a lot of time to get to this point, they were able to pull through. And some of it, too, was, you know, there was some mistakes from Madagascar on trying to just go with some of these fights, and even in this, you know, Kaizo jumps in, finds these stuns, and tries to keep it together, and tries to pull through the Moskov pick, but that's the thing they had to play against.
Around a turtle as well. You know, a few of these times, it does feel like the purple buff has always been a problem for Madagascar. Every single time they try to invade, they try to fight around the enemy purple buff, that usually is the turning point for Tunisia.
Yep.
First purple buff invade, that was Tunisia getting the kill on CC, kind of stopping the snowball from happening the first time around. And then when Madagascar got a massive lead, again, CC got shut down around the purple buff. And that gave Tunisia the opportunity to, again, prolong the game. And as that continues to go on, with a composition like this, with a Valentina, a Moskov, and on top of that, the Minotaur, that needed to wait for a few of the items to be a bit more tanky to then retaliate with the Minions Fury.
Yeah.
We saw the almost 5-man up top earlier. If it wasn't for Spectre getting picked off, that would have been a 5-man knock-up from the Minions Fury alone. And it's the movement as well of Pao that really turned the tides around. It was the execution.
Yeah.
That shouldn't have happened. Pao should have died. Pao should have been picked off, but he decides, nah, I'm going to outplay the entire team, outplay, obviously, the chip. Birdie there, couldn't get the crash course in time, puts in the shortcut, and everybody came in the wrong time, the wrong way.
The wrong way.
The wrong place.
The wrong place, wrong time. You know, and that's what I was saying. From the early game, it was good, and then it just kind of fell apart towards the end of the game there with the chip. But player of the match here, going to be Kaizo, of course, 5-1-9. this time around, and it was really just he had to buy his time to get to the point where he had. And you mentioned the Rose Gold Meteor pickup too.
Yep.
That would have been him going down if he didn't have that. So once again, it's showcasing the game IQ to pick up certain items at certain times against certain lineups, and really that's what was showcased here from Tunisia. And their journey up to this point. I know they get the third place finish. Unfortunately, they don't get to go to WEC and Riyadh later, but I'm glad they were able to get to this point, showcase their skills. I know this was a team too that when we got the first look at them during the online qualifier, we were like, man, these guys are impressive. They're great. And who knows how they'll perform up in the offline event here in Casablanca, Morocco.
Definitely. We got to give it up, though, ladies and gentlemen, for Madagascar. Once again, even though they lost, great performances here. And also for Tunisia, like you said, amazing performance.
Amazing performance. Let's throw it over to the stage to the host so that he can go ahead and welcome the winners here, break things down for us. So we'll go ahead and, of course, throw it over to the stage.
Please give a round of applause to the third of the ASC 2024, Tunisia. So guys, we're back in this fourth day of the first edition of the AAC 2024 African Esports Championship Casablanca 2024 here in Morocco, live from the Mohammed V Stadium with the team captain from Tunisia, King, please, King. Join me, King. Join me, King, again. Let's go talk to King. He promised the victory. He promised a 2-0 victory. We had a 2-0 victory. What's the team mindset?
جينا على الفيرست بليس، صاروا لنا حاجات ما نجمش نحكيهم.
Yalla, flag. Most important thing, representing the country.
جينا على فيرست بليس، الله غالب. ان شاء الله المره الجايه game easy.
ولكن third place still a very good place and still a very honorable place. So congrats to you, congrats to all Tunisia. You've been playing so well in almost all the games, all the titles that have been played here in the AAC. So congrats again and good luck for the next step.
شنو مانيش اسمع فيك، صوتك بعيد. صوتك بعيد. congrats شكون؟
Okay, please guys stay with us.
ما فيهاش congrats.
Huh?
third place هذه ما فيهاش.
Third place, ديما فيها congrats. You know why? You know why? Because it's an honorable place and what?
I'm not happy with third place, bro.
You can be not happy, but you should be proud. You should be proud of yourself and all the team. So خليكم معنا لي زامي، باقي غادي نتلاقاو بيان سور، باقيين بزاف ديال لي ماتش غادي يتلعبوا توتالير. باقي Mlbb موروكو تونيزيا وومن غادي نتفرجوا حنا وياكم من دابا شويه في هذا الجيم. سو خليكم معنا في لايف ستريم سواء ديال Iesf ولا ديال iesfederation. مازال غادي نتلاقاو من دابا شويه باش مازال اكتشفوا شكون اللي غادي يربح اونتخ لا تونيزي اي لو ماروك. مرحبا بكم من جديد معنا في هذا اليوم الرابع من اول دوره من البطوله الافريقيه للرياضات الالكترونيه المنظمه هنا في الدار البيضاء في القاعه المغطاه ديال مركب محمد الخامس. دايوغ كندعوكم انكم تجيو تلتحقوا بنا حتى نتوما الا بغيتوا تجيو تحضروا لهذا ليفينمون اللي بغيتوا تحضروا لهذه البطوله. خاصكم غير تمشيو في لاباج انستغرام ديال الجامعه الملكيه المغربيه للالعاب الالكترونيه. كليكوا سور لو لين غادي تاخذوا حتى نتوما التيكيت ديالكم باش تجيو تحضروا لهذه البطوله افيك غدا لا كروند فينال اللي غادي يكونوا حاضرين فيها ثلاثه ديال لي زارتيست، ثلاثه ديال الجينيراسيون ديال لي رابور مغاربه نوتامون حليوه دولي وانكور فيرا. لي زامي خليكم معنا دابا غادي حنا وياكم نعيشوا الاجواء ديال الدور نصف نهائي ديال لعبه MLBB موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج كاتيجوري فيمينين. غادي نمشيو للفرق اللي غادي يلعبوا معنا اليوم في هذا السيمي فاينال. On my left Team Tunisia represented by the captain. كيف الحال؟ صافا كلشي مزيان؟
الحمد لله كلشي زوين.
What's the team mindset actually before that game?
Sorry?
What's the team mindset?
We're here to win.
Nice. Okay, is it a clear message for the national team, Moroccan national team?
It's gonna be an easy game on our part.
Okay, nice, love it. Can you please give a round of applause to Tunisian team? Guys, crowd, please. Applause them. Please. Let's go to the right side or the right corner with the Moroccan team captain. Are we gonna win?
Yes.
She said that it was gonna be an easy game for them, for Tunisian team.
Well, we will win inshallah.
المهم كما تنقولوا ديما as I told your male colleagues العود اللي تحقروا يقدر يعميك attention والعود اللي تحقروا انتم يقدر يعميكم so attention. Morocco Tunisia for this semi-final of MLBB live from the African Esports Championship. Casters, you are live.
Thank you so much for that. I mean, I didn't expect that spiciness coming in from the Tunisian team. She was like, nah, it's going to be a very easy game for us and we're definitely going to win. And it's going to be interesting to see who actually does win this out because the Egyptians, right, the Egyptian national team that are waiting in the grand finals have mentioned that they will be meeting Tunisia.
Oh,
yeah.
So they think they're going to face off against Tunisia, not Morocco.
Not
Let's see about that, right? Because, hey, you weren't expecting it. I was sort of expecting it. Like our host said, we already got the same interview. It felt like deja vu. Earlier, it was Tunisia versus Madagascar for the men's MLBB. And Mr. King Jen, the XP lane of the of the Tunisian team, said it was going to be an easy game, too, up against Madagascar. So it feels like, you know, for Tunisia, they're just really, really confident. This is also technically the lower bracket match. A third-place match could be for them. But they have a chance to meet up against Egypt again. Obviously, both these teams have actually been taken down by Egypt in the upper brackets.
2-0 on both occasions here. Egypt still waiting as one of the tournament favorites up in the grand final. So we do still have two matches ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to start, like you mentioned, with the lower brackets. And we will be seeing whose tournament lives will be ended here at AEC and who will be moving forward to meet against Egypt once again. A little bit of a rematch to see who will get that WEC ticket. Because for the MLBB women's, there's only one slot. It's very different to the MLBB men's where they had two, but there's only one. Only one queen will move forward to Riyadh later on in November.
Yeah, every game counts here. Not just for the, obviously for the slot, but for the prize pool too, right? Because every step they get or every win they get equals to a better placement in the standings, equals to just more money that you can bring home as well. So I guess we're going to be taking a look at the lineups as well, just to see exactly why Egypt, Team Egypt, the female team, rate Tunisia so highly. They think they're going to meet this lineup in the grand finals.
All right, we have Dina Croft. Okay, and it's gone. Because I was wondering, right?
You should have paid attention.
Yeah, you should have paid attention, guys.
Don't worry.
Did you pay attention?
I did.
Okay. Who were the 5 players
well,
for Morocco?
Nightfall, Nezuko, Nero, Ellis, and Neko. Right? This is the home turf advantage that they have technically as well. We saw what it did for Morocco just yesterday up against Tunisia too, and they were able to take the dub, getting all the way to the grand finals, securing their slot. That was for the men's. Obviously, Morocco, now women's team, wants to try to replicate that success.
Yeah, so it's not going to be Yewan once again in the EXP lane. It's still going to be Nightfall. They actually had a past history of using Yewan in the EXP lane, but I think their past match was with Nightfall as well. So maybe this is the roster that they're comfortable with. This is the roster that they're going to really commit on towards. And so far, despite everything that went down in the brackets coming through, Morocco is still showing up as one of the strong teams, I would say, in this league here at AEC for the women's.
Definitely. I think both for the men's side as well, right? We saw just how strong they could be, especially in a high-stakes match with the people of Casablanca, the people of Morocco here in the stadium to actually support them. So I'm expecting kind of the same for Team Morocco for the women's side up against a team that the men's were able to beat, Tunisia. Let's see if it's going to be the same. But Tunisia, they're definitely going to be bringing a lot of spice this time around. We saw just how confident they were, despite being the underdogs when it comes to support in the venue. This is their lineup.
We have Mary, Mikomi, Yuki, Raven, and Kai Shin. So it's already a different lineup than what we saw from the Open African qualifiers. Online, it was Dusk, Mary, Yuki, Raven, and Shadow. So we don't see Shadow in the roster. Raven's still here, Yuki's still here, and Mary's still here, and there's no Dusk. So we have 2 new players coming into this lineup. And I'm wondering what, because we've never casted for a Tunisia women's team so far. This is the first time we're going to be casting over them. So in terms of gameplay, in terms of heroes that they like to play around with, we're not too sure. But what we do know is that they're confident that they're going to win this 2-0, especially from Raven earlier on the stage. And with 2 new members coming in like that, it seems like they've adapted really well.
It definitely does look like they've adapted really well. I think they've adapted phenomenally to be here up on the stage and in fighting for technically another chance to get a slot. And for Egypt, a team as dominant as them in the women's scene, at least here for Africa, giving them props, saying that they will be the ones that qualify next towards the grand finals with Egypt to see them again. And again, there's only one slot here for WEC later. So every step counts. And technically, even though Egypt are by far the favorites, you can never count out some of these opponents, especially Morocco, because they're playing right here in Casablanca. I think a lot of people back at home, they underrate the abilities of the crowd. They underrate the abilities of the magic happening in your country. And it has happened. Just yesterday, we saw a 2-0, a comeback even in game number 1, despite being around 6,000 goal behind. I'm expecting Morocco to maybe pull off a fight, at least, right? Because if Egypt are that confident that Tunisia are better, at least I'm expecting it to be full 3 games here.
I agree. I hope we finally get to see that.
Yeah, we haven't seen it at all, actually.
At all, no.
Not a single full 3 games, at least on stream.
And it poses the question, why is that, right? Are some of these teams newly acquainted to the pressure that when they lose 1-0, that's just the momentum that they need to get that second game? It puts all of these teams to the test, right? Because obviously, at higher level Mlbb later on, as they get to WEC, losing that first game it's fine. It's just the beginning, right? It takes a little bit more of arts and like crafts to be able to, reset, level-headed, don't get tilted by losing that first game to be able to come back. Because like in MPL, we've seen a lot of comebacks, even in the international stage as well. Reverse sweeps. So we'll see. We'll see after the adaptations whether or not we're going to be seeing a game number 3. But back to your point about home crowd, I think that's a huge factor because I got a chance to talk to Velvet when she was at MWI. So you know how Falcons Vega Mena, the crowd for Falcons was insane. Right? The crowd, the soaring and everything. And she did mention that that was one of the reasons that she felt okay on the stage, right? It was her first big international tournament. It was her first big international stage presence as well.
Ever.
And you remember how crazy the stage was as well at EWC. And she said the only thing that really kept her going, the only thing that was able to keep her at level head was the crowd. So now she's caught in a position, Egypt are caught in a position where it's the opposite. This is the Moroccan turf. So, I mean, again, right? It's a big factor to these players, to these teams, especially with a lot of these players coming in with very little to no experience on a stage as big as this.
I guess we'll only have to see, right, how Egypt deal with that. But now we got to take a look at how Tunisia deal with that. They got to be, as they turn to put it, artsy and craftsy here. They got to be very creative. And they got to. It seems Alpha, by the way, has walked up to the Arabic desk for some reason. I have no idea. it seems Don Big, a friend of ours, on the Arabic desk is giving him the mic to say something as well. So maybe he's actually asking for predictions.
I mean, Alpha is a coach.
Alpha is the coach of the female team. That is absolutely right. He's a player for the men's team in the XP lane.
Yep.
He was the first guy to bring up, well, he's not the first, but he's the guy that brought up the craziest pick of the tournament so far, Argus. And he's a coach.
And he's a coach.
What can't he do? He's pretty good on the mic too, you know? Look at him.
I don't know,
I don't know if you guys technically can't see him. We can see him. He is on the desk. Like, if you guys want to see, he's here. Just imagine Alpha. Be artsy and crafty.
And he's very tall.
He is very tall.
He's very tall.
Let's take a look at the draft, shall we?
Okay. We're getting distracted by Alpha. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first drafting phase here in this best of 3, our game number 1 between Morocco as well as Tunisia. And, you know, straight up out of the batter here, we do have a Luo Yi being banned out by Morocco. I feel like what you guys talked about with you and Naisu, it's actually a very interesting topic, right? The fact that you usually see a certain pattern for blue side and a certain pattern for red side. But here, it seems like it doesn't really matter, right? The Julian being banned out by Tunisia as well. What do you think about this so far?
I feel like it's all about comfort picks, right? Because, yes, as much as you want to talk about the meta picks right now that are super prio, the chip, the ling, it requires a whole different level of execution that is tough to pull off when, obviously, your comfort isn't on that pick. The fact that now we're seeing the Julian pick, or Van rather, and the Jusin and the Luo Yi, it definitely seems to be just respect from both of the sides. Morocco definitely want to respect the mid lane coming in from Tunisia. We all know how oppressive Tunisia can be if they get the mid control. Once they get that mid prio, they're usually able to just get the snowball going all the way from the start. Meanwhile, for Tunisia, it's a bit of the opposite. It's not the mid lane, but it's the jungle. But both teams really just targeting the trio mid for respectively each other. Yeah.
We've seen that being very important, right? As soon as you're able to get that mid-trio prio, the fact is you can rotate a lot quicker, you can help out your side lanes a lot better. So even if in the drafts you kind of lose out in one of the sides, either the EXP lane or the gold lane, the fact that if you have the mid-trio prio, it definitely can help alleviate that pressure from your side lanes. And you can see in the venue, it's a full house, right? Even the Moroccan teams are there, the Moroccan men's. They're, you know, anticipating this matchup too, right? They're showing support for their fellow brethren, the Mlbb women's. And back into the drafts, as you mentioned, right, as you emoted, Hayabusa being banned out here. And I'm wondering whether or not this Zask will be let go and whether or not it'll be a priority pick now for both of these teams.
I think for sure Morocco are definitely looking for it, right? Considering they banned out the Luo Yi, the Jusin. If they pick up the Zask, someone like a Zask, very oppressive in the lane. Actually, shout out to Naisu. You should be here on the desk, brother, but hey, he's there, you know, just chilling as well. Shout out to our friend, our buddy man right there, our co-caster. Lilia gets banned out, so it does put Morocco definitely in a spot where they kind of have to take the Zask. A lot of mid laners have been taken out of the board, and if Tunisia or if Morocco, well, firstly, if Morocco don't pick it up here, Tunisia gets the Zask, and if Morocco don't pick a mage in the first phase, that gives the opportunity over to Tunisia to make it even worse for them in terms of mid lane.
It's also a respect ban from Tunisia. I think one of Neko's comfort heroes in that mid lane is the Lilia. So they're forcing the question whether or not the Moroccan team now will want to pick up that Zas. One of the things that I'd like to put out there is how successful this Ruby has been in terms of the first phase popularity. But they're not going to go for the Ruby. They're not going to go for the Zas. They're going to go ahead and pick up the Ling as a first phase pick. Very expensive, very demure.
Indeed, very demure. It's exquisite vocabulary you got there, Eterna. Morocco, though, with the first pick Ling. Man, the Ling is... We were talking about how, the normal prio that we see banned out hasn't really shown up, and now seeing the Ling, it definitely shows me at least that Morocco are just so confident in the way they can actually execute this hero, because it takes a different level of execution to really pull off the Ling in a high-level game, especially a high-stakes game like this, when you're representing your nation in front of the home crowd that is still piling in. Everybody's coming to watch this match. Tunisia, though, just like the men's team, seems like they have a reference as well as to what to go for. They got the Ruby and they get the Hylos. That has been one of the prio bans too when it comes down to Tunisia, the men's.
I agree. The Hylos has found so much success with the way that he's just so versatile, right? So tanky as well. Huge flex for both
Good
of these
pick.
heroes as well. But Morocco, they go ahead and answer it with a solution of themselves, from themselves. They have an opportunity to pick up the Zask here. I'm still adamant with the Zask if they do want that mid-trio prio. Edith is already amazing for the flex. You can put it in the roaming position as well as the EXP lane, depending on how things go against Tunisia. But again, the Zask, maybe they're thinking about it, right? Because they are taking their dear time when it comes down to that pick. But they're going to go for the Angeling combo, a combination that we haven't seen for quite some time. Is this Angela going to go in the mid lane, or is she going to be a roamer?
Man, wherever she goes, this is a double down for Morocco, right? Even though the Angela is roam, I mean, it doesn't really matter, roam or mid, it's just to amplify the Ling. So they have a whole lot of confidence on the Ling right now. The Ling's going to have to be the hyper carry.
And that's so impressive, right? Because before we came into this, Morocco, Nero, she was more comfortable on utility tanks in the jungle, right? She picked up the Baxias, the Fredrin, and when I asked Don Big about it as well, he was like, yeah, she's a tank player. So the fact that she's showing this much confidence and how much, I would say, trust the team has in her as well is a statement from Morocco too.
But Tunisia, they're just going to stay on the Prio. They actually go for the Harith, which again is Prio. It's a pretty good pick with the Ruby and the Hylos. But the thing is, Morocco have already picked up the Edith, and usually we do see the Edith as a way to counter the Harith. But it seems for Tunisia, they have many ways to actually try to play around the Edith. With the Hylos, with the Ruby as well, they have ways to just force out a dive and force maybe the Edith to use the Primal Wrath before the Harith even enters the team fight. So it'll be a battle of execution at this point for Tunisia with the Harith choice. We're entering the second banning phase of this match. Match number 2 of the day, game number 1. It's a best of 3 for those of you guys watching back at home. In case you are wondering if it's going to be a best of 3 or a best of 5, it is best of 3. So your lives are going to come down to just 3 games. And we haven't seen 3 games. Not at all at AEC 24. We've only seen 2 games per match.
Which means whoever takes this first game is going to hold on to that momentum.
Massive.
And coming into the second phase of the drafts as well, this was the best opportunity for Tunisia, right? To ban out these heroes that can really eliminate the Hylos, the carries, the Lunoxes of the world. And with that being eliminated away, with the Moskov still up, I guess that is an option that Morocco can still take, because some way or another, they're going to have to deal with the Hylos. With the Thunderbolt and the Clock of Destiny Hylos, they need shred.
If the Hylos goes for Vengeance, though, I would really not recommend the Moskov or anyone that goes attack speed. I think carry was the best option to go for when you're up against the Hylos, but the fact that Tunisia actually banned it out, and they've already picked up the Harith, so any marksman you go for will be bullied, unless you go for Brody or Melissa. But in the end, still, those 2 heroes get countered by a Hylos that goes for Vengeance. We'll see, though, for Tunisia, what will be the final ban. I think the safest choice would be, like you said, the Lunox. But Morocco might actually be looking to put the Angela in the mid lane. So maybe they might just go for another marksman ban, and they do decide to go for the Clint. That's another hero that can actually win out in lane if he trades properly against the Harith. And these are just some options thrown out of the board already. Morocco finding themselves in a tough spot here in the second phase of the picks. I think they really should have picked up a marksman early on.
I agree. I think maybe the Angela, they could have waited a little bit longer. I think the Edith is great, to be honest, because of the flex.
Yeah.
But the Angela, I guess it's still flex too, though, right?
It is flex.
But the main question is, how do they balance if they do decide to put this Angela in the mid lane? Do they pick up something like the Grok? Do they pick up something like the Cho? Because obviously they do need answers to the wave clear that honestly Tunisia might be willing to trade with. Right now we do see the Zask finally being banned out. It took them a while. They understood that Tunisia has yet to pick up a mid laner themselves. If they picked up the Zask there, then it would have been a lot more difficult for Morocco, more than it already is when it came down to the draft. So Tunisia now, do they want to secure a mid lane here? Prio that. Vexana is an option, or they go for Valentina.
Okay. Stealing that ultimate, this is a big pick when we're talking. I mean, if you take a look at Morocco's composition, you'd expect the Valentina to actually be banned out over the Martis, but it definitely seems that Morocco don't really, I mean, maybe put a bit too much respect on the Martis, leaving the Valentina open. That's a hard guard you can steal. That's also a Primal Wrath you can steal. in the first few fights where you already have a big advantage, I would say, with the Ruby, the Hylos, and the Harith. Now they just need a jungler, and at this point, I think they have enough damage already. A Magic, at least. They need a bit more physical. So going for an Assassin late would be the answer for Tunisia. They can go for a Nolan if that's definitely the easiest Assassin to pull off. But now it's going to be the Aurora from Morocco. Trying to rely more on that CC, and we get that Melissa that we were expecting, honestly. Just going to have to execute it in a way that's a bit safer if the Hylos does go for Vengeance. If he doesn't, great game for Melissa.
I guess they're looking for a way for them to win out in the laning phase, right? So we've talked about the Melissa and the Harith for quite some time already. And it's gonna, like, the moment where things start to go in a way that they go for a 5v5 and these team fight heavy situations, that's when the Melissa does need to be careful. And Tunisia, they're gonna close it out with an X-Borg. And if this is an X-Borg Vengeance as well, it's nasty. It's nasty. X-Borg jungle should be what we're looking for here. But Raven's a gold laner. Wait, maybe there are some switch-ups. We'll
Harith jungle?
We'll see. We'll see later on. Hey, a lot of the teams here at AEC, they swap roles a lot, depending on the heroes that they get their hands on.
Yeah. That would have been crazy. Yeah, I mean, yes, the Harith could actually be utilized in the jungle. I've seen a couple of those in my ranked games as well, but on the highest level, especially up against a composition that's very scary in Morocco, maybe going for the X-Borg would be the safer option. And that's exactly what they go for. X-Borg with the jungle, with the Retribution, and it's Ruby XP, or Hylos Roam. It is the Hylos with a Vengeance, by the way, folks. So expect the Melissa to be a bit more, taking a bit more of a conservative route here against Tunisia.
I like how you looked back and you could read.
Yeah.
Who's on the Ruby? Can you read that?
I can, yes.
I need spoilers. I need to know who's playing. Yuki? Yuki's a roamer.
So it is
Ruby
an
roam?
XP Hylos with Vengeance. All right. Let's see how it plays out.
We shall, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into game number 1 in this best-of-3 series, the lower brackets between Morocco and Tunisia. Whoever is able to win this first game will hold on to the momentum and hold on to that ticket to the grand finals later on, where Egypt are currently waiting. And yes, Ruby is the roamer here. It looks like Mary is going to be utilizing this Hylos in the EXP lane against the Edith.
So let's talk about the matchups here with the Hylos and the XP. On the Hylos, you're actually pretty impressive. You're actually kind of a lane bully. You're not up against some of the other lane bullies like Terizla, Yu Zhong. So I'm thinking Mary's going to have a good time here up against Nightfall, as long as he just goes for the wave clear and actually tries to go for the zones. And that's exactly what Mary is doing. Good mid-wave as well so far. They're actually able to hold the Aurora from rotating over to the other side of the map.
And if we shift our focus as well to the gold lane, what do you think about this, right? Because you're a Melissa main.
Yes.
Nezuko opted to go for a Warcry here.
I personally am not a fan of the Warcry here. I think the safe option will be Quantum Charge. Obviously, if she wants to go for an aggressive route, the Weakness Finder does work as well. The fact that she went for the Warcry means it's a bit more all in. And by the way, Nezuko is on the Flicker, not the Inspire. This is an issue definitely when it comes down to the fights later on. It does give you a little bit more safety, but damage-wise, I'm not too sure about that.
And we can actually see that happening, right? I guess they understand, Tunisia understand that Nezuko might be on a winning lane in this gold lane, but she's not been able to bully the Harith at all so far. No. The fact that Dust has been rotating, but wait a second.
Good damage placed down. Nightfall going to be able to dash out with the onward. Mary actually pops in the Vengeance. They do get level 4. That's an advantage for Tunisia. Nero, no purple buff yet. Yuki able to zone her away. Nero forced back into the Divine Blades, unable to even go for her own purple buff just yet. And she's walking towards the enemy purple buff, thinking it's there, but it's not. 14 seconds for it to be up. This might be a mistake for Nero, already wasted a whole lot of time just to check for the purple.
Yeah, that's a lot of time bought in from Morocco. And Tunisia are going to be holding the control here. Utility objective, neutral objective already in their pockets. There are no kills on the board just yet, by the way.
Nope.
So both of these teams are taking their time, right? They're playing the map properly. Tunisia's a little bit more focused on the objectives as well. And meanwhile, again, the trades between Mary and Nightfall in this EXP lane.
Nightfall will really have to rely on the Primal Wrath if she wants to win out on the skirmish. And even then, Mary can just pop in the Vengeance. This is why the high-lows is such a nuisance to deal with when you don't have a Terizla or a Yuzong or any sort of lane bully that can go toe-to-toe with the sustain of the high-lows. This is concerning, though, for Morocco. The fact that they don't have any winning lanes, despite already picking up the Melissa. The fact that the Harith is actually winning out. This has to be because of the Flicker choice instead of the Inspire. You can't really push on and you can't really bully anyone, or bully the Harith, rather, if you don't have enough damage to actually go for the all-ins.
Speaking of bully, look at the rotations coming down from Tunisia. Yuki's coming. Nezuko is forced to retreat there. I don't think she can opt to go for a skirmish here. It looks like Nero does want to come in, though.
Gets cancelled, though, with the Finch Poison. The wall is brought back to the land of Dawn now. Goes in onto Yuki. But remember, that's an I'm Offended. That's a roamer that they're all going to use their resources onto. Mikomi still able to escape. Good kill by Nero. Picks up the blades. 2 kills over. You can hear the crowd here in Casablanca erupt with a win.
They're ecstatic. 2-for-0 trade in favor of Morocco. Despite the fact that Tunisia were holding on control earlier on, the fact that they were able to trade that back, that counter setup coming in from Morocco, was brilliant. So now in the 4-minute mark of both these teams in this game, it looks like that gold lead is falling smaller and smaller, right? Tunisia still... Oh, wait a second, Nero?
Doesn't have the Tempest of Blades. Does have the Finch Poise. Is able to escape. Freeze is coming down. Nezuko not dealing nearly enough damage. Yuki still able to escape. Good Earth Shatter to knock Mary up. But she still does have the Vengeance. So keeping it at bay. Keeping it composed. Very demure, as you would say. Eternal.
Very demure.
Don't panic.
Very thoughtful. But, you know, despite Nezuko not having the damage yet, the fact that she was able to poke that much was already enough for Tunisia to reevaluate that strategy, right? But Mikomi already dealing some damage there. Is that the hard guard utilized?
Force out the hard guard. Might be another resource burnt out as well. It might be the Primal Wrath. Earth Shatter popped in. Raven with some on-force coming down as well. Nero walking in. Forced to use the Tempest of Blades defensively. They might have to give this away. A good glorious pathway. Zone in the back line. Nightfall still looking for an entrance, and this fight gets bursted down. Ellis taken out instantly. Frigid Glacier stolen. The turtle goes to Tunisia. That's a second neutral objective for Tunisia. Luckily for them, Nezuko will be able to find a trade in a turret down below, but it doesn't seem like she's actually able to take it. They're going to lose a mid lane turret for this.
You know, Nero was a level ahead. Nero was a level ahead on the Ling against the X-Borg, yet Dusk was still able to get that Retribution out and still able to secure the neutral objective. So they lost in that Retribution battle, and then they lost in the general battle as well, right? 2 members taken down. They lost a lot of momentum, honestly, at this point. Tunisia picking up that 2k gold lead now. And if we take a look at the items, it just really reflects, again, Hylos already a big problem, level 1. The fact that he already has the Elegant Gem, as well as the Thunder Belt. It's a force to be reckoned with, and Nezuko only has the Corrosion side, so not nearly as enough damage to be able to deal with this beefy Mary.
Definitely not enough, not yet. The thing is, even if they go for the all-in Eterna, it definitely feels like it's more of a burst composition. Despite the fact that you have a Melissa, it shouldn't be that way. Having no Inspire is such a big problem for Morocco right now because there's not enough damage to go through. Once they use their cycle of resources, it's done. Yuki walking up again. Now the purple buff going to be stolen away. Goes into the Divine Blaze either way. Still able to secure it, Nero rather. Nezuko walking forward again, not nearly enough damage. He decided to go in. I'm Offended, bringing him back despite the go away. It's still going to be Raven picking up the kill. Dusk with the last Insanity is the one who secures it in the end. Even with the flicker, she can't escape.
Absolutely not. Again, they're being tormented in their own jungle right now. It's really difficult for Nero. But despite being so far behind, Nero is doing a pretty good job at coming back with the EXP, right? I mean, earlier on, she was a level below of Dusk. Eventually, she had a level lead against Dusk. But now, it looks like Morocco, again, they have to go back to the drawing board. They have to pick up a strategy. How do they come back from this, right? Do they wait on for the power spike coming in from Nezuko? Is that the only winning condition that they have at this point?
I don't think there's going to be any win conditions for the side of Morocco, knowing that the Melissa didn't bring Inspire.
So had she brought GG then? That's it?
I feel like that in itself, yes, it's a mistake. Maybe Nero. If you really want to talk a little bit about, the win conditions, they can play for Nero. If Nero gets to her item power spikes, she can start to deal damage onto the backliners, but that's about it. And honestly, even if we're talking about getting to the backliners with Yuki there, with Mikomi there, Who is the backline?
That's a good question.
Everybody wants to dive.
That's a good question. That's a good question. I guess the most slippery person would be Mikomi. I think that's one of the largest targets. It looks like Nero, once again, like you mentioned, she is trying her best, right? She's trying to clear in those far lanes. She should be able to get some HP down in that tower for them to work with and slowly come back. But this Lord is blitzed in by Tunisia.
Dusk still with the retribution there, respecting Nero, who actually walked up. Glorious pathway. Gets placed down. This is a 2v5 situation. They're able, the two, to zone the 5 members of Morocco, forcing them back again. Lord number 1 by Tunisia, sieging her, marching down to the mid lane.
But there it is. DHS now secured for Nezuko. We were talking about the power spikes of Nero earlier on. What items should we be looking out for?
Nezuko?
Nero.
For Nero, it's a Berserker's Fury first item. At this point, I'm really struggling to think of the items that actually she would benefit from, because at this point, the snowball items that we would expect from the Ling, like the Endless Battle, I don't think she can even afford to get it. Yeah, she's on Berserker's Fury. She's building towards a Windtalker now. And that's definitely not the build you want to go for at this moment. That's more of a snowball build. Maybe Haas Claws would have been a better option to go for at this point. And yeah, actually, she is going for the Haas Claws now. Finished up the Mace, and then now is going to the Scepter.
Okay. Let's see if that plays a factor here, because Tunisia, once again, being that destructive force, picking up another tower in the mid lane. They're looking for opportunities here, a proper setup. Looks like they haven't found it just yet, but Yuki does have her flicker and her ultimate, so it could be a matter of time. But it looks like Tunisia, they don't commit onto this. They're actually backing away. Are they waiting for the Lord? 90 seconds?
Yeah, nothing really. They're not in a rush to end the game. They're really not. They're not in the place that is pressured even. I mean, at this point, there's no pressure on them. They have such a massive lead already in 10 minutes of the game. They might as well just freeze up the waves, wait for the next neutral objective, and then push with the Lord. Because if they continue to push in these waves without the Lord, that's basically just giving Morocco more ways to farm up and get to their item power spikes.
Because technically, Nezuko just needs one more, right? She has the DHS already. She has the Corrosion Scythe already. So she's waiting on the Golden Staff.
Just the Golden Staff. But even then, I wouldn't call it a power spike at this point, right?
Too
with
far
no Inspire. It isn't really because she's too far behind. I think, again, it plays into the fact that it's a flicker, Melissa. It's not an Inspire, Melissa. Had that been a flicker, I think they would have actually been able to push them back a bit more, and this defense would be a bit easier to pull off. At this point, she's going to have to wait for full items to be relevant in the Land of Dawn.
So buying time. Buying time
a whole lot of time
will be the key for Morocco.
It's like 18 minutes.
Nero, she's still active, right? She's still active all around the map here in the 11th minute mark. She's looking for more camps. She's looking to try and alleviate that pressure.
Nezuko.
Oh no.
Getting zoned away. She does have the hard guard. She does flicker out to safety. Mikomi's there though. Has a Frigid Glacier. Can use it. Decides to utilize it here. Despite I'm offended. Already used up. It's still going to be another Frigid Glacier coming in with Last Insanity. Nero in the back, zoning them away. Dusk still able to escape. They bait out so many abilities. Every single ultimate down below as well. Nightfall with the Primal Rat. That's where the vengeance comes in. Mary should be able to take the solo kill down. She's going for the hunt. Nightfall stunned up again. One last hit should do it. No! The Ribbons doesn't find them in time. Nightfall unable to get the healing. Now zone away from her own jungle, Nero. Can't even go for farm. That's Tunisia waiting for the Enhanced Lord.
I thought that was a trap. I thought that Morocco laid a trap, right? It nearly looked like maybe they had a fighting chance, but the firepower coming from Tunisia was just too much. There it is, the Golden Staff coming in from Nezuko, but there are no...
Nero.
Are they going to go for the steal?
This is a moment for Nero to look for a miracle play. In hometown retreat battle, it's Dusk who secures it. Nero already using the Tempest Blaze now is trap him down in the pit. And she will have to bring Ellis, who's on the hard guard with her. Up top at least will be a trade for Nezuko. She will be able to crack that turret open. But now Tunisia have an Enhanced Lord. And with 2 members down, this gives Tunisia so much more of an advantage to actually manage the waves again.
I thought that would have been that play, right? I mean, granted, Nero was a level below of Dusk, so the chances weren't as great. But if she made that play, that would have bought the time that we were talking about, right? Bought the time for perhaps Morocco coming back. But you're right, in the grand scheme of things, despite them being able to get that small trade with the tower, that Lord is still going to be marching in that top side. And it looks like Nightfall now caught in a 2v1 situation. Are they going to be able to bait out the Heart Guard here?
Tusk with the Retry early already, bringing him back. Nightfall might be forced to flicker out. Doesn't even have the flicker just yet. The Heart Guard and the Primal Wrath has been used up. The Enhanced Lord is still up top. They can still go for the push here.
That was a big resource wasted. That was a big resource baited in by Tunisia, right? The Heart Guard as well. And they're not going to be able to utilize this. Look at Tunisia collapse.
Nezuko this time does have the flicker, gets bursted down before she can even use it. Nero trying to go for the blades. Good Frigid Glacier to stop them, but the base turret still goes down. Nero on the wall, having to go for the Divine Blade defensively. Good stun over Nico, almost taken down there by the Synchro Vision, and it's all but done. Tunisia, with the last Insanity, will be able to end game number 1 with the Enhanced Lord.
1-0 now in a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. And remember what we mentioned earlier on, right? Usually the team that gets that 1-0 is usually the team
That's the momentum
that will be able to close out the series. Full sweep so far from the open qualifiers. There were very rarely a third game. There was very rarely a third game. And even in the group stage of the men's, we didn't see any third game at all. And coming into the playoffs for both the men's and the women's, it's always been a 2-0. So, I mean, you could even see the smiles on the faces of the team.
The coach too.
The coach as well from Tunisia. They're feeling it. They understand the position that they're in, and they understand the momentum that they hold to bring over to game number 2. But let's take a look at the highlights of that first game in the series. And what would you say would be the most glaring problem that Morocco had?
No Inspire. I'll still stand by that, you know, to the end of days for Melissa. Going for Flicker on Melissa makes Melissa very useless, I'd have to say here. You can definitely see it. These moments could have been moments that they can turn things around with, but the damage was just not present. So was the Sustain, by the way, because the Inspire, many people might think, okay, the Inspire gives Melissa more ways to deal damage. No, it also gives her more ways to survive in the skirmishes. With the Inspire and obviously your attack speed item and your first skill, you get so much more attack speed, and with the addition, you know, just lifesteal with the Inspire, you're able to just sustain back up fully. And that was not present here in the game. Yes, you can flicker out in a lot of the situations, but for the most part, at least if we're talking about the late game, it's because the Melissa didn't bring Inspire. But if we're talking about the early game, Morocco, their composition wasn't really meant to win out in the early game, right? They were playing for mid game. They were playing to scale up with Nero, with Nezuko, but yet they had an Aurora. That's where it's a bit jumbled up. What was the win condition here for them? Was it just to fully scale up? Was it to look for neutral objective fights in the early game? Because Neko is an early to mid hero on the Aurora. You want to look for the team fights. You want to look for the neutral objectives and fights, yet they couldn't.
Maybe they were trying to, you know, level it out, right? Utilize that mid-trio pressure,
Then
maybe.
no Angela.
But yeah, I agree. I agree. That's why for me, seeing an Angela in a composition now, especially after so many changes into the meta, I wouldn't say it's as expensive as it used to be, right? You know, remember the moments where Angela was so prio, either it would be banned out or picked up in the first phase?
Always.
But it feels a little bit iffy now, because if you put her in the mid lane, there's just so many other things that you could prioritize aside from the Angela. Like the gamble that you're going with the Angela is not worth the risk of lack of wave clear, lack of early game damage. And if you put her in the roam, you have lack of tools, you have lack of setup coming through. Sure, you have one hero that you can kind of give additional HP with, give them a little bit more of a better time to weave in and weave out of these team fights, especially having a Ling. It should make sense, quote unquote, but I don't know. In this meta, for me, Angela just doesn't work.
It definitely is tough, you know, playing for the hyper carry in a meta where technically all lanes can carry, and that's what we kind of saw here. For Tunisia, even. I mean, they had a utility jungle in Xborg. I don't know if you want to count it as utility. It's not real utility. It wants to go for fights. But in this game, it was certainly just damage, right? Even if you want to build a case for Disc on the Xborg being a utility jungler, this game, she was an absolute beast. The carry, even. You can see the player of the match here being her. Ice Queen 1, Immortality, War Axe. Just these two items, Ice Queen 1 and War Axe. Or one item. If you go for the Immortality first up against a composition that wants to fight, That's 4 health bars that the enemy team will have to deal with early on.
It's already beneficial.
It's crazy.
I think one of the first things that I noticed about Disc or Dusk, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Is it Disc or Dusk? We'll ask her later
We'll
on.
have to ask her again.
We'll ask her. But the first thing that I noticed about the export was her pathing. It was very interesting, right? Because in the early stage of the game already, she already rotated towards this gold lane. And when we were talking about this matchup, we thought that maybe the Melissa would have a better time. But the fact is, with Dusk always with the Harith, it was very difficult for the Melissa. So we'll see what happens for game number 2 after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second game in this best of 3 in the lower brackets. Only one team will be able to move forward. And the question is whether or not will it be Morocco or will it be Tunisia? Because at this point, after game number 1, it is Tunisia leading with a 1-0. Morocco does still have time to come back from this, as they could potentially force the first third game in the series.
There's a possibility here, right? Despite the fact that if we take a look at the patterns, it's always been 2-0. Whoever wins game number 1 has an overwhelming advantage just because of momentum. Because sometimes game 2, after a dominant game 1, they would lose out in drafts. We saw that yesterday as well. It was actually Team Morocco who got game 1 against Tunisia. This was the men's for Mlbb. But in game number 2, they lost out the draft in the early game, yet they still came back. That's how much of an advantage you have when you secure game 1 under your belt. You play with no pressure, technically. And right now, Team Morocco, this is a double-edged sword moment for them. Because they have the crowd here, just in Casablanca, supporting them. That could be added pressure to being 1-0 down, or that could actually make them forget about that lead that Tunisia have on them.
Let's hope. Let's hope for the latter, right? Because again, you, Mirko, that's you actually.
Yeah.
You, Naisu, I meant.
Oh, nice, yes.
You, Naisu, you've been mentioning about the fact that you've been anticipating a third game for so long, and maybe now's
Really
the
hope so.
time, right? Hopefully. And if we're talking about momentum, I guess technically Tunisia is working off a win, whereas for Morocco, they're working off a loss because they did have to lose to Egypt. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, Egypt in the upper brackets where they fell to the lower brackets, and that's why they're facing off with Tunisia here in the lower brackets. And again, if we're talking about pressure, if we're talking about added pressure, it's not just the home crowd, but also the stakes of this game. Because again, both of these teams want to make their way into the grand finals. Both of these teams want to go head-to-head against Egypt, and both of these teams want to be able to get that fighting chance, that opportunity, once again, to go to WEC later on in November in Riyadh.
And it's an elimination match that they are playing right now.
Yeah.
This is not an upper bracket match. This is now or never for Morocco. With the crowd being here and the support still very high despite the loss, they got to make it up to the crowd here, man. They got to try to come back in game number 2 and force at least a third game. Even if they lose, they'll lose a match that they gave their all in, you know?
With honor.
With honor. With, I know what you're going to say. You know, honor was definitely not the word that came up to your mind.
I'm not, no.
It was the word
No.
that starts with a D, demure,
No,
demure.
I wasn't going to say that.
That was 100% what she said. You got to lose with demure, is what Eterna wanted to say.
I
That's
I
the
can't
new
get that out
word.
of my head.
Yeah, it's exquisite vocabulary.
Thank you.
We're going to add some more words that, you know, we'll try
Very
to find
cutesy.
synonyms for demure. Is that a synonym for demure?
There's a cutesy in it as well.
There's a cutesy, there's a
Very
demure.
cutesy, very modest.
Very modest.
Very demure.
Very demure.
I can't
These
believe
memes,
we're talking
man.
about this on broadcast
These
right now.
memes are getting out of control.
Hey, you're the one that has been using skibbity
that
in
was,
MPLID.
That was classy. I don't know what you're talking about.
says
Sigma,
skibbity?
skibbity.
Oh, God.
It's classy. Just like the game that we have in game 2. Let's go.
Let's go. In the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, and already very earlier on,
Wow.
Lilia being banned out. It's important to note before we get into this draft that both of these teams have swapped sides. So now Tunisia does have first pick with the Lilia straight away off the bat banned out. I mean, technically, that's what you were talking about, right? The fact that you can go for the respect bans in the first phase as compared to if you were forced on the red side.
Exactly. Red side, usually you're forced to kind of ban out some of the meta picks, but we've seen from Tunisia even, they have been respecting instead of banning out the prio picks. The chip has been left completely ignored in this game, and I think in game number 1 of, if you guys were watching the match previously, it was Tunisia versus Madagascar for the men's Mlbb. Morocco still decided to go for the juice in, so a bit more standard now on the red side. We might actually see a Zask ban too from Morocco. I don't know why the Zask wasn't picked up earlier, because I think it would have actually given Tunisia some problems by Morocco if they had picked it up, especially considering Tunisia's draft was built to dive.
I agree. It would have been an excellent addition. And also, it really denies the kill pressure that the Ling would have had.
Really, yeah.
Right? So to make it worse, that would have been something that we'd expect to see. Or, you know, maybe they might just actually leave it open once again, right? I mean, we saw this Zask being banned out up until the second phase, like the very last ban in the second phase for game number 1. But again, both of these teams are taking their dear time. It looks like the Julian is going to be the choice here for Tunisia. They're eliminating that potential
Same bans.
coming out. So yeah, you're right. It's practically the same ban. So we're expecting, okay,
There
that's
you
a
go.
big difference.
Yes.
We saw the Roger last time around with the Hayabusa as well as the Luo Yi. But now the Hylos is the choice. And I do think that it's a wise ban. The
Great
Hylos
adjustment.
was a big problem.
Not just a big problem in the land of Dawn, right? I mean, we all know how much of an oppressive force the Hylos is, but even in the draft, if you first pick the Hylos, you don't know where it's going to go. Technically, it can even go to the jungle. We haven't seen it yet in AAC 24, but we're not going to, remove
Count
the
that out.
possibility. We're not going to
Yeah.
count out the possibility of it actually showing up in the jungle. Still, though, as a roamer, it has been doing amazing. As an XP, even more so. I'm more of a fan of the XP Hylos. I don't know what that is.
He's
Is
so
that,
tanky.
that was that. This is tanky.
He's beefy.
It's just more like, okay, sure. And Terizla, maybe that was, were you trying to foreshadow the Terizla ban?
You got
is that,
me, bro.
There you go. Caught red-handed, or should I say green-handed? Because Terizla's green.
Terizla's green.
Yeah.
Like Shrek. Anyway,
Yes,
we are
like
still waiting for the last ban here coming in from Morocco, whether it be a Roger. I think that's something that we've seen quite often. A lot of heroes, a lot of people, a lot of teams have actually opted to go take that away because it's such a good flex. And do you really want to give it to Tunisia? So the Roger does get banned here, but Tunisia is going to have the opportunity to pick up the Zask. Will they take it?
Or the Ling.
Or the Ling, you're right.
We saw it on the hands of Morocco.
You know,
on
with how
Hero.
oppressed the Ling was in that first game, do you think it's more prio as compared to the Zask?
I don't think so. Not for Tunisia. The fact that they actually banned out the Terizla, I thought for sure they're going to go for the Zask. No, they go for the Hayabusa. So, okay, Hayabusa versus Ling. Usually, especially in our region, and in the Asian region in general, we do see Ling prioritize more than Hayabusa. But there's a reason the Hayabusa is first picked here. It was banned out just earlier by Morocco. So you know that this here is a monster on the Hayabusa, and now they've given it to her hands.
And it looks like, I guess, Morocco were anticipating that pick.
Yeah.
Maybe, right? Because the Ruby does get picked up here.
It does.
Back in the day, it was a big counter towards this Hayabusa. And plus, the Ruby is super flex, right? You can flex her into the gold lane, you can flex
3
her
lanes.
to the roaming position, or you can even flex her into
XP.
the XP lane. So there are options that now Morocco can actually work with here in the drafts. But obviously, no gold lane, because the Harith has been picked up. So already a huge priority in the Harith. We saw what the Harith was able to do earlier on as well, despite it going head-to-head against a Melissa. So that's definitely something that they have right now.
Great deny, by the way. Coming in from Morocco, they saw the Hayabusa. They know instantly the threat of a Hayabusa. Having a Harith in the side lane too gives you just a whole lot of more kill pressure to play with. That's why the Harith is always comboed in with Assassins. Firstly, you're a good combo because Assassin in the jungle usually is a physical damage dealer. You already have a magic damage dealer in the gold lane with the Harith. And Harith usually wins out in almost all the matchups in the gold lane itself. So presenting the Hayabusa or the Assassin in the jungle with more kill pressure around the map. And man, I thought the Hayabusa was scary already. Now they add on to the Lo Yi. These two picks were banned out by Morocco just earlier. They decided to ban out the Hylos and the Roger over it. And Tunisia, they don't shy away from these prio picks. For them, these are their comforts.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Scary stuff.
I really like Harith Roger, usually.
Yeah.
Right? I think it has a really good mix of damage towards
because
it,
they're
and
both
even into the
furries?
late... No, absolutely
Okay.
not.
Okay. Just saying.
Furries, what is that? Like
They have fur. Because Roger becomes a lichen.
like Diggy.
Yeah, sure.
Diggy's
sure.
a bird. I was testing you. Anyway,
But she,
Diggy doesn't have fur. Diggy has
Feather.
feathers.
all right. I didn't study, yeah, anyways, Morocco, let's take a look at the final pick in the blue side here. It's actually going, the first phase here on the red side. It's the Arlet pickup for Morocco with the Harith and the Ruby. Okay. Still utilizing this as flex, by the way, the Arlet and the Ruby.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Good
true.
stuff.
And technically, now they have amazing tools to work with this time around, right? Maybe that's exactly what they need.
I just hope this is an actual Arlet, right? Because last time we saw Novaria, it was an
Hopefully
Arlet.
it is an Arlet. It should be an... You think this is a Novaria pick?
I don't think so, but I'm not
I mean, technically it could be. They haven't picked up a mid laner.
exactly. We'll have to see, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll see, we'll see. I
We've
love the
been-
surprise factors in AAC.
Yeah, me too.
It's amazing.
And we're going to get a lot of that with Lo Yi.
Huh. Zask, though. Again.
Nope.
Do Tunisia want to ban it out here?
I think so, considering their draft actually wants to play with a whole lot of the kill pressure that the Hayabusa will capitalize on. Getting rid of someone that can actually just get another full HP bar, like a Zask, would be great. But if they feel they can actually use the diversion in a way where they can flank the Zask, get rid of him before the fight even starts, then the Zask really isn't an issue anymore. It just comes down to how they want to execute this game plan for themselves. And for Morocco, they actually ban out the Minsathar. Have we seen Tunisia pick up a Minsathar? Because I know for a fact we have seen a Minsathar in the gold lane in AEC 24. And I understand for Morocco, all of them rely heavily on their dashes. Ruby, Harith, and Arlet, it would be a big problem if a Minsathar or, say, a Phoveus gets picked up. I'm not sure. I think the Phoveus is actually up for grabs for both teams.
Are we allowed to utilize the Phoveus?
I think so. I think
So
we've
it's-
already gone 2 weeks after the release of the Phoveus, or after the revamp.
It is a possibility. Back to your question earlier on whether or not they've picked up the Minsatar. Not sure, because there were games that weren't streamed.
Absolutely.
But for the things that we have seen
There
Tunisia
you go.
pick up, no Minsatar.
No
But
Minsatar.
obviously maybe they picked it up on a game that was
Yeah,
off-streamed,
separate
right?
occasion.
So Nolan and Ling does get banned here, so they're really just banning out the options for the assassins in the jungle. I guess, what's the option here? Julian ban, Nolan ban, Ling ban, Hayabusa picked up. What else is there as a jungle assassin? Lancelot.
Oh, the
Oh.
Alpha.
But they go with the alpha instead, so this should be an alpha jungle.
Yeah, the Alpha is a pretty good response here. Had Tunisia gotten more tanky members, the Alpha would have been even more value. But now Tunisia actually have a way to react to the Alpha. Go for a bit more mobility. I would say in the gold lane as well. The Claude is still up for grabs, though it does get bullied by the Harith. Most things get bullied by the Harith. You might as well have someone that can actually blink out from the engages of Morocco than say someone that's vulnerable, even though she actually can hold up a fight in lane. Like Carry could be an answer up against the Harith in lane, just to dodge away from the synchro fission. But I would say Claude is definitely safer. And I guess now we have to decide for Tunisia where the Edith's going to go. Is it still going to be utilized as, like, it's how flexible is it? Is it going to go Rome or XP?
That's a big question. We'll see in just a few moments.
Oh,
Okay,
they want to
so
win lane.
Xborg, EXP, Clint in the gold lane,
yeah.
and we have Edith in the roaming
Wow.
position. So that's what we're seeing right now.
Okay.
That's big. What's the word for it?
Demure.
Not Demir. See, this is why, guys. You know, limit your intakes of things. You know, like you'll lose it when you need it. But counters, right?
Stay
That's
hydrated.
the word that I was looking for, right? It's good counter towards what Morocco is going for. But right now, I do still like what Morocco is showing us here, right? There's a lot of tools that they can utilize. There's a lot of AOE damage coming through. There's a lot of just team fight presence, and they're gonna one-up that with a Tigreal.
Yeah.
So this should force a Clint on a Purify. Can Clint go Purify?
Yes, you can. Technically, all heroes can go for, other battle spells. You can go for a rival, too, but no,
Yeah.
it's not optimal. Definitely not. I think the Flicker is still the best spell for the Clint, especially considering you are going to be playing far back in the team fights. You already have a Loyi and Edith as well to tank up some of these shots. So I'd say still go for the Flicker. But if you want to be really safe, the thing is, if you go for Purify, you're not safe in lane.
That's it. So
It's a
what
I
trade
would
do
say
you
just
want to
go
go
Flicker.
for?
Go Flicker. This Clint is meant to win the lane anyways. Focus on the laning phase. The Flicker can also be used to escape from the Tigreal initiations. And they already have enough peel. They have enough CC from the yin-yang reaction of, obviously, from the Loyi and the Edith.
You just have the Xborg.
The export can soak it in, yes. Like
Yeah.
zone and poke the Tigreal to a point where the Tigreal can't go for initiations.
So let's see. Because a lot of moments where the Tigreal wants to go in, it does get hindered by the damage already being placed in, especially when the stacks from Mary on the Xborg does get increased. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The potential last game in the lower brackets. Tunisia just needs one more in order for them to move forward to the grand finals. And that was a huge steal in under 1 minute from Neko with an Ovaria. So
The
it's not an
Arlet.
Arlet. It really is an Ovaria.
See?
It's traded in.
I didn't want to close the chance of it being an Ovaria, and it is actually an Ovaria, a hero we haven't seen at all, I believe, in AC. Bottom lane, Earthshatter Flicker, Raven able to pick up the kill there. Purple buff stolen away. Nezuko still able to get the trade down because of the turret. Yuki taking a bit too many of those shots.
So now we get to reset a little bit, right? Sure, there is a little bit of a option now for Tunisia, but the options that Tunisia went in with Mikomi as well as Raven, 2 lethal ignitions. I guess you would understand from the Luo Yi, maybe she's banking on finding a little bit more damage, but Raven, Clint on lethal ignition. What do you think about this?
Oh man, I understand it, right? If you want to just deal out damage and then run away, and that's technically what you want to do against Nezuko in this lane. But overall, when it comes to the DPS you're going to be doing in the team fights, you're really going to be relying on just a cycle of skills at this point. And by the way, Hayabusa is definitely going to be having a tough time. Spirit of Alpha coming down! The tick! Nero, if Nero got lethal ignition, that would have been a kill. But she went for the safe route, which is the quantum charge. A good shot down onto Yuki too. It does seem like this Novaria is a comfort pick for Neko.
Yeah,
He's so good on it.
It reminds me of Suelo.
Ooh.
The steals coming in. It looks like yet another rotation coming in from Morocco here. Nero up in the top there, trying to set up for this next neutral objective. The first neutral objective of the game. And it looks like the posturing coming from Morocco is a little bit better.
Onward. And the Earth Shadow with Quad Shadow placed in as well. That should be a kill. Ellis getting a 3-man knockup now, brought back again. Last Insanity locking him down. Nightfall going to be low as well after the explosion. Mary looking for the kite, the chase. Mikomi gets the yin-yang reaction. The range was barely there. It was a pixel away from Nightfall actually escaping.
So it was a 1-4-2 trade in the grand scheme of things, right? Tunisia was able to get 2 kills, but still Nero was able to get that retribution down and pick up that turtle for themselves. And again, the damage output coming in from the X4, even from the early portion of the game, as somebody who wants to set up like Ellis on the Tigreal, it's a big problem. It's a huge problem.
It's a massive problem, as
It's
I would say.
ginormous.
Colossal.
Gargantuan.
The Muir. Anyways, Nero now being a level ahead. This is definitely going to place the Alpha in a good spot to go for fights. Neko, though, gets caught by the Quad Shadow. Great disengage from Ellis. Finding the shove when necessary. That could have been bad for Neko.
Could have been. But now Yuki,
Whoa.
flickered actually.
The flicker actually caused her to miss there. Pops into Primal Rat 2, now might be caught, and Nezuko punishes her. Walking forward, the Chrono Dash. Spear of Alpha ready, does decide to go in. Now with the Slashes Raven, no flicker, taken out Nero. Doing a good job utilizing the Alpha. They have to respect Mikomi, however, on the Loyi. Still a force to be reckoned with.
This has been so different. Just the first 3 minutes were already reflected a very different game to what we saw in game number 1. Game number 1, it felt like Tunisia held so much control, but Morocco, they're fighting back with a vengeance here. Picking up things left and right as well, looking for trades left and right as well. And it looks like they have the gold lead, right? It's not as big as like a 1K gold lead at this point. It's like 500 and counting. But that's something, right? That's them now understanding that in the early portion of the game, they do have fighting power, especially with the Alpha, alongside with the Novaria. Obviously, the Novaria is going to be able to scale into the late game, so that's also something that they can work with later on if it does get to that point.
They've got to be very careful now, Tunisia, because Disc is definitely going to be in a position where she's pretty vulnerable against the Tigreal. Does the Tigreal have the conceal is my question now, as Nightfall tries to go for the flank but gets spotted out. Mary going for the stacks, going for the poke. Does seem like Morocco's actually getting much more value out of this turtle dance. Just clearing out the jungle, and now Nero is 2 levels ahead. Back to 1.
Problem. That's a problem. Oh, wait a second.
The yin reaction. Nero, gonna be caught. Last incentive placed on Ellis. Going into the back line. Mikomi still stealing it away, securing it for Tunisia, and getting the kill on top of it. All good maneuvers by Tunisia.
She's doing work. Mikomi is doing work on the Luoyi. She's not just a mage, but she's somebody that this entire team can actually fall back to as an anchor, right? Her early game damage has been amazing. Oh, Dust goes in very aggressively.
Goes in for the shadow kill too. Not enough damage. Ooh. Barely gets out of the Spear of Alpha. Meanwhile, diversion into the bottom lane. They're going to go for the kill under the turret. Mikomi! That's a mega kill. Great usage of the diversion. Active as ever.
4-0-2 so far, picking up the kills, picking up the neutral objectives as well. She's doing work. And again, Dusk, I think, had 2 gauntlets. I think she's opting to go for Skypiercer first. But the damage just really isn't there just yet. I think the stacks, they need a little bit more time to get to the stacks of the Skypiercer. But because of those plays made in by Mikomi, it does buy Dusk a little bit more time, honestly, here in the 6th minute of the game.
6-3. It's a 2,000 gold lead for Tunisia. And it was actually Morocco leading for the most part, at least in the early game. So this definitely does put them in a tough spot now, because for Tunisia, I would say their scaling is a bit better in the mid game. They're going to reach that power spike. Once they do, Morocco's going to have troubles going for the initiations. Ellis is going to have to be very artsy and craftsy.
Artsy and craftsy. It's the way to go.
Diversion up top again. Great flank. Nightfall going to be taken down, and Nero is forced back. She can't take this 1v4.
Nightfall. Nightfell.
Nightfell up top.
It looks like Tunisia's going to be picking up a tower in the top side. Oh, missed! Ellis!
Great flicker out by Raven, still able to defend from the turret. Meanwhile now, Shatter not connecting the Yin-Yang reaction does though. As Mary tries to go for the chase, Ellis flickers out to safety. Yuki on the Primal Wrath still trying to get in range. And they've done it. They've zoned Morocco away from the turtle.
And it should have been Morocco's turtle to win, right? Nero was already 2 levels ahead of Dusk, and now Dusk is catching up. 9 levels right now, but wait a second, Nero.
The Onward's still there. The Quad Shadow gets placed down. Nero, Spirit of Alpha defensively. Now as the last instead, comes down with a Shadow Kill too. A full-blown dive into the back, and it is Nero who gets caught in it. Ellis doesn't have the implosion to turn it around, and my goodness, the Yin-Yang reaction is taking a whole lot of their HP bars.
Dusk utilized the Retribution earlier on to pick up that purple buff away from Nero. And if the death timers were a little bit more close, then it could have been a problem, right? But still 2 seconds left for Nero to spawn back up. And of course, Morocco do need a little bit more time. With the way that everyone's posturing right now, it doesn't look like Morocco is looking for a setup, so that should be a free neutral objective over for Tunisia. Meanwhile, Ellis.
Last Insanity, boom! Into the back, finding Ellis, who tried to zone Mary away. In a 2v1 now, Disc. But the stacks down, the Shadow Kill follows through the flicker, and he finds the assassination. Nightfall unable to get the answer. Kills after kills for Tunisia. The momentum truly shining for them.
I literally just said that this was a different game, right? I think in the first 5 minutes of the game, it looked like Morocco were doing such a great time trading back against Tunisia's aggressive nature in the early portions of the game. But now in the 8 minutes, things are so different, right? They're holding on every single objective. They're zoning really well. They're implementing and executing their composition absolutely insanely. And so Morocco, again, on the back foot, same to game number 1.
They're going to go in onto Nero, putting a whole lot of damage with a Shadow Kill too. They decide to go to the back. Disc still able to get with the Quad Shadow. Good Earth Shatter and the onward. Lock at Ellis down. The last Insanity finds it in the back. Neko going to be burned down under the base turret. Mary with a double. Mary with a flicker. Dodges away from the I'm Offended too. Morocco unable to answer any of the proactive maneuvers of Tunisia.
2-0 and counting. Another amazing trade. Wait a minute. Dusk goes back in again. Dishes out the damage but doesn't fully commit. It looks like Tunisia are going to be focused on getting these towers in 1 by 1. Not even utilizing a lower just yet. And that's how many towers they already have under their belt.
Not just yet. Still though, lethal ignition from Raven. We were kind of concerned about that lethal ignition take. We said it might be a gamble to take this, and the gamble has paid off. They got the lethal ignition, now they're fully snowballed. She's actually already built the Heptases and the Endless Battle to capitalize more on the burst potential of this kit. And you will see it here. That's an implosion defensively, and the last Insanity still is able to connect into the backline. The Spirit of Alpha used defensively as well. Gives Yuki all the chances necessary to go for the Primal Wrath. Gets sniped down. Raven shoots out the grenade bombardment. Gets the damage done, but the second part of the passive did not proc.
Raven flickered in under turret to try and get that kill. That's how confident she is right now on the Clint. No Purify, no problem, right? It seems like every time Ellis on this Tigreal looks for an open engage with Implosion, it just really hasn't worked out at all. Even if she does, she gets 1 or 2 members, but the counter engage, the counter setup coming in from Mary, coming in from Mikomi, it's just too much for Morocco to be able to follow up on that Implosion play.
Scary stuff for Tunisia. The fact that they were able to come back from the early lead with such composure, with such demure, Eterna. And now they take away the purple buff from Nero.
They're not giving anything. No space whatsoever. Wait, Nightfall's caught in a really awkward position there.
Truly is awkward. Still able to flicker out though. So there we go. Nightfall at least gets out.
But that's a big resource spent already, especially now that the Lord has already spawned in.
Gargantuous.
Man, I was gonna use Gargantuan and then you used it, and I'm like, okay. Can't find a synonym for that.
Colossal.
Colossal. Titan of Tunisia at this point. Mikomi picking up a, by the way, a Holy Crystal. She's doubling down on her damage. I wonder what her items are.
Genius One, an Enchanted Talisman, and a HC. And I'm not talking about Hellkurt. I'm talking about Holy Crystal.
Yeah, so that's already a lot of damage being built in. A lot of magic. Oh, wait a second. What's going on here? Is it a big play?
Not really. That was
Okay.
actually a pretty safe diversion that they went for. And it does seem like, by the way, Tunisia have no intention of taking the Lord. They want to wait for the 12th minute to wait for it to be enhanced, then take it to threaten the end game.
Intelligence. They don't want to waste any time, it appears. And Raven is also not wasting any time. Already
There
picking
you
up
go.
a Malefic Roar. Nightfall is there to open it up a vision. And luckily, the timers are still unfavorable for Morocco, right? 45 seconds still for that flicker to come back. And that's a big tool that they don't have right now.
Mary zoning everybody from getting into the Lord Pit. Now Nero's going to be taken very low. Taken out already! That was the Alpha. That was not the frontliner. Nightfall caught in the Earth Shadow. Still able to dash away, but the onward catches her. Ellis going forward, getting the implosion, but it's only onto the frontliners. Raven is dealing so much damage! Mlbb with the Holy Crystal. The quad shadow in the back. The shadow kill follows Neko even outside of the Land of Dawn. Tunisia have wiped Morocco out of the Land of Dawn.
12 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like that Lord is going to be marching there in the mid lane. And remember, with this march does go the march from Tunisia to get into that grand finals. It seems like 9 seconds are left for Nezuko to come back. It should be enough time for them to look for a defense, but worst case scenario here, Tunisia used this as an opportunity to go in for the all-in.
Tunisia with the Lord of the mid lane, able to take the base turret down. The quad shadow connecting Nero. Forced to use the Spear of Alpha. The last Insanity still there, dealing a whole lot of damage. Raven picks up the Sky Piercer as they're about to end the game. Nezuko earlier already using his Mod Force. Nero very low. Mlbb not able to be taken off. Now Shadow kill to the back, fighting 2-3! That's a triple for this. Looking for the Maniac, and no, it's Mlbb who steals it away. The dreams of Morocco in Casablanca will not come true. Tunisia shut it down, but they get themselves a ticket to go and rematch Egypt in the grand finals.
Congratulations! Congratulations to Tunisia as they have successfully moved forward in this lower bracket into the grand finals. And that final play coming in was insane. It was a final BOD pickup, by the way, from the... I'm blanking out. Hayabusa. And that was the damage output. It was crazy. It was crazy. And I guess earlier on, right, in the interview, she mentioned that she was confident. She was confident. Raven was confident.
Easy game.
Easy game. And they are going to be moving forward here. And it was a 2-0. So that first game curse is still alive, right, for the opponent. Whoever gets game number 1 is usually the one to be able to close out the series. And if we take a look at the highlights again, from the early portions, it felt like it was very equal, right? Morocco was doing a good time with utilizing Nero's kill pressure, as well as Nezuko. But towards the mid part of the game, things kind of went differently. What happened?
Tunisia happened. They were able to out-execute Morocco. And technically, in the draft itself, they did set up for all of this, right? The early game control and the neutralization of Ellis on the Tigreal. That's why we kind of were concerned as well with the Tigreal pick. There was so many different variations of Tunisia for Tunisia to utilize as poke. The flames coming in from Mary, Raven on the Clint. They even have Yuki in the front to actually stop Ellis from going for anything. And if Ellis did connect the implosion onto the backlaners or the backliners, Yuki could just Earth Shatter, cancel the implosion onward as well, stop the Moroccan backline to deal damage. And in the end, the snowballing as well from Raven in the lane against the Harith. Getting her on a winning matchup turns out to be massive for them, right? And then obviously things just turned very horribly for Morocco. And it's a thrill and agony for sure, man. For Tunisia, they get another shot at going up against Egypt in the grand finals. But for Morocco, it's pretty sad to see here in Casablanca with so many supporters live in the venue. They're going to have to swallow this pill, this very, very hard pill to swallow.
It's okay, though, because they do still have one team remaining.
Yeah, and
right?
they've already qualified.
Mlbb men's, and they already qualified. We will be seeing that grand finals tomorrow. That will be the last match that we're going to be seeing at AEC. And maybe all 3 of us will be casting for that. I don't know. Who knows?
Let's
see. We'll see. But yeah, back to this again. Unfortunately, Tunisia will be moving forward. Unfortunately for Morocco as well.
Gee.
I really wanted to talk about her. Because if you take a look at the highlight earlier on, the way that she was rotating around the team
Morocco,
fights,
please
it was
give
really
a round of
amazing, but
applause
it looks like we are going to
for
be throwing over
both
to the
teams,
stage
Morocco and
for the
Tunisia,
victors of that earlier match.
that has
She's
played
definitely a spa.
that semi
You remember the
finals.
African regional qualifier
Tunisia
spa?
are going to the
Spike
next
Piercer,
round
abuser.
for a
Last
final
item, SPA.
against Egyptian team. Another round of applause for Morocco national team, please. And of course, I'm going to be asking Raven to join me again. Raven, oh my God, they won actually. They said that they were going to win and they won. So,
Morocco.
what's the mindset? What's the next objective? And especially that you are awaiting like a huge final against Egyptian team.
Yeah, we are going to try to take our revenge from the first game, inshallah.
Inshallah. So just to you remember, guys, they played against each other. They lost against the Egyptian team. The big final is going to be played tomorrow live from the AAC Casablanca 2024. So Egypt, Tunisia, tomorrow we're going to see. Oh, today. Oh, nice. Okay, nice. Finals today. Thank you for thanks to the production team for the info. So, in a few minutes, few moments, we're going to be seeing you playing against the Egyptian team. If you have any message to give them right now, what can you say?
Expect the unexpected.
Oh my God, please give them some applause. And let's wait up for the next match between Tunisia and Egypt. Who is gonna win this African Esports Championship Casablanca 2024? Let's get ready for the finals in a few moments. And let's enjoy this event. AEC 2024 live from Casablanca, Morocco. Welcome back in this fourth day of the AAC Casablanca 2024 with this grand final between two of the most prolific nations in African esport. I'm talking about Egypt and Tunisia. They've been fighting for this place in the finals. Who gonna win? Who will be the AAC champions for this year, for 2024? We will discover that after that match. But before that, I'm going to be talking to team captains with Tunisia and Egypt. Who's going to start? Let's start with Egypt for once. Let's start with Egypt. How is the team mindset before the final?
It's okay. You know, we just will win. But I wish a good luck for another team.
Is there any stress on the team level?
No.
No stress?
No stress.
Confident?
Yeah.
Are you going to win? Of course, she was going to trash talk a little bit, but she didn't.
Maybe. Yeah, we will win.
All right, so I'm going to let you join your team and wish you good luck for these finals. And Raven actually, you started the trash talk game before that in the semifinals. So are you going to stay in the same mindset, or is the confidence still at high level?
No, as I said before, we came here fully prepared to take our revenge.
All right, so just so you guys remember, they played before. They had that match before. Egypt won against Tunisia. We will see right now if the score is going to be the same or if Tunisia is ready to take their revenge from Egypt for this AEC 2024 Mlbb Grand Final. Please give a round of applause to our two teams and let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of Mlbb Women's here at AEC. After so many matches, after so many games that we have seen from the open qualifiers, it has gone to this point. Only one team will be able to step forward, and only one team will be able to get that ticket to WEC later on in November, Riyadh.
I know. It's coming down to this. Again, I was really kind of... I feel like coming into the tournament as a whole, seeing how the female teams would perform here, especially what we saw in the online qualifiers, I think this is what I expected, like for the grand final, honestly. Like based off what we saw through that course, we already knew, prediction-wise, Egypt was probably going to be one of the grand finalists. And then, of course, what we saw so far from Tunisia, the same thing I was saying about the men's team. You know, we just saw them get that third place finish earlier on today. But both of the teams so far really show a lot of promise, I feel like, and they've always had to go up against these kind of like obstacles or Goliath teams through this. And I think experience-wise, obviously, this is day 4, so the past 3 days, they've gotten so much experience already. And like our host said, they want the revenge. They got 2-0'd, you know, earlier on in the group stage. And what better way to get that revenge? And you start it here in the grand final because I think that's the stakes here. They're super high. You'll only have one team from the AEC going to the WEC to compete in Riyadh.
It's very different. The stakes are very different, right? Because as we're going to get to the grand finals,